why you want to lie down all day. Carl Jung's surprising truth about what your soul is really asking for. There is no coming to consciousness without pain. Carl Jung once said, a reminder that even our exhaustion has a deeper message. In today's video on spiritual wisdom, we explore why you may feel the urge to lie down all day and what your soul is truly asking for beneath the surface. This isn't laziness, and it isn't weakness. It's a profound inner signal calling you back to alignment, balance, and emotional truth. As you listen, I encourage you to reflect on your own experiences. Have you ever felt drained for reasons you couldn't explain? Comment below and share your thoughts, because your story may help someone else feel less alone on their journey toward healing and personal growth. 1. The urge to lie down is not laziness, it is the soul speaking. The urge to lie down is not laziness, it is the soul speaking. Carl Jung understood that when you feel unbearably heavy, unmotivated, or unable to rise, even when your mind tells you that you should, you are not becoming weaker. You are being called inward. He believed that the psyche withdraws energy from anything that no longer aligns with your inner truth. And this withdrawal shows up in the body long before the conscious mind is willing to face the truth. The body becomes the messenger for the soul, revealing what your awareness has been avoiding. And the desire to lie down becomes the clearest sign that something inside you is asking for attention. This heaviness is not random. It is the result of an inner conflict between who you are expected to be and who your soul is urging you to become. When you push yourself through obligations that feel empty, relationships that exhaust your spirit, or environments that suffocate your growth, your psyche begins to quietly pull the plug on your outer life. It withdraws energy from tasks, commitments, and identities that no longer serve your deeper purpose. What you interpret as tiredness is often a spiritual redirection, a shift toward inner alignment that marks the early stages of a spiritual awakening. Your exhaustion is not a collapse, it is a recalibration. Jung taught that the body speaks when the mind refuses to listen, and this truth becomes unavoidable when you begin to notice how your body reacts to misalignment. The tightening in your chest around certain people, the sudden lack of energy before work, the heaviness you feel in conversations where you cannot be yourself. These experiences accumulate until your system can no longer sustain the emotional weight you've been carrying. That is when the urge to lie down becomes overwhelming. Your body is not betraying you. It is protecting you. It is slowing you down so you can stop betraying yourself. This is why lying down often feels like the only thing you can do during times of transition, heartbreak, burnout, or inner confusion. The psyche gathers its energy inward to prepare for transformation, the way the body conserves strength during healing. In spirituality, this is recognized as the soul's way of initiating deep inner work. Fatigue becomes a doorway, inviting you to notice the parts of your life that drain you, the patterns you have outgrown, and the truths you have been too busy or afraid to confront. And because spiritual awakening is not simply a moment of enlightenment, but a gradual process of becoming more honest with yourself, the body naturally slows down to guide you through this inner shift. The desire to lie down all day is often the moment your soul stops whispering and begins speaking loudly enough that you can no longer ignore it. It is telling you that you have been carrying too much, giving too much, or pretending for too long. It is telling you that your energy no longer belongs to old roles, old versions of yourself, or old expectations that suffocate your spirit. It is telling you that rest is not indulgence, but instruction. And when you finally listen, when you allow yourself to lie down without shame, you begin to hear the deeper messages underneath the fatigue. You begin to understand what needs to be released, what needs to be healed, and what your soul has been asking for all along: alignment, truth, and a return to yourself. If this message resonated with you and helped you understand your soul's quiet call for rest, comment below. I listen to my soul. Your engagement helps us bring more spiritual wisdom to you. 2. Stillness is the beginning of inner transformation. Stillness is the beginning of inner transformation. And when you feel that heavy pull that makes you want to lie down all day, it is not a sign of weakness, but a sign that your soul is slowing you down so it can rearrange your inner world from a deeper place than the mind can reach. This heaviness is your inner self, guiding you into what can be called an inner winter, a quiet season where everything in your life pauses just long enough for your unconscious to begin rebuilding your identity from the inside out. Much like a chrysalis holding the butterfly during its most sacred transformation. In spirituality and spiritual development, these slow, quiet phases are often the birthplace of clarity. And although they may feel uncomfortable, they are necessary for releasing what no longer aligns with who you are becoming, because your soul refuses to let you rush a transformation that requires depth, rest, and silence. You may feel confused about your lack of energy or your desire to withdraw. Yet this withdrawal is not avoidance. It is your inner world pulling your attention away from noise, expectations, and emotional clutter so you can finally hear the truths you have been ignoring. Carl Jung taught that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. And this phase of stillness is the moment that unconscious material rises to be reorganized, healed, and understood. As you move through this inner winter, you might notice that your motivation fades, your mind becomes quieter, and your desire for productivity dissolves. But this is happening because transformation takes enormous internal energy, and the soul often shuts down the external world so it can focus entirely on the inner one. The tiredness you feel is not a sign that you are falling behind, but a sign that you are shedding an old version of yourself, old beliefs, old pressures, old emotional burdens, and that shedding requires your full attention, even if it looks like stillness to everyone else. The more you try to fight this need for rest, the heavier everything becomes, because your soul will not allow you to rush what must be rebuilt with precision. This is why lying down feels like the only thing you can do. Your inner self is calling you into a deep reset, a recalibration that cannot take place in chaos or noise. You are entering a phase where your identity softens before it strengthens, where your inner structure dissolves so it can be remade into something clearer, truer, and more aligned with the life you are meant to grow into. So instead of judging yourself, allow this stillness to work through you, knowing that your exhaustion is not a flaw, but a message. Your desire to slow down is not laziness, but preparation. And your inner winter is not stagnation, but the foundation of a new beginning. And as you honor this season, take with you these essential lessons. You are not losing yourself. You are returning to yourself. You are not stopping. You are being prepared. You are not broken. You are being rewired. And every moment you choose rest, you choose healing, alignment, and a deeper spiritual development that will carry you forward into the next chapter of who you are meant to become. 3. The body reacts before the mind understands. Your body reacts before your mind understands. And Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom shows us why. The body carries truths that the mind avoids. When you feel an overwhelming urge to lie down, when your energy suddenly fades, or when exhaustion appears at the smallest task, it isn't simply physical tiredness. It is your inner self signaling that something in your life is out of alignment. Your body senses misalignment long before your thinking catches up. It feels emotional truth before you speak it. It recognizes grief before you accept it, and it registers fear before you consciously admit it. This is why Jung said, there is no coming to consciousness without pain, because the moment you resist your inner truth, your body begins to carry the burden for you. Fatigue becomes the first warning sign that a part of your life no longer fits who you are becoming. You might tell yourself, you are just stressed, busy, or overworked. But if you look closely, you will notice that your deepest exhaustion appears around certain people, certain expectations, and certain versions of yourself that your soul has already outgrown. The body grows heavy when you are forcing yourself to stay where your spirit no longer wants to be. It becomes slow when you are pretending to be okay. It loses energy when you are living in ways that betray your emotional needs. And when your body refuses to follow routines that once felt normal, it is not failing you. It is trying to keep you from failing yourself. Spiritual wisdom teaches that the body always stops supporting the parts of life that no longer support your growth. This is why rest becomes a form of truth-telling. When your soul is tired, no amount of sleep will revive you. When your heart is burdened, no amount of productivity will heal you. And when your spirit is resisting something, your entire body will feel it. The desire to lie down all day is not a desire to escape life. It is a desire to escape the life that is no longer true for you. It is your inner self pulling you inward, asking you to pause, to listen, to see what you have been ignoring. If you slow down long enough, you will notice that your exhaustion has patterns. You are not tired everywhere. You are tired in the places where your truth is being silenced. You are tired around the things that drain you, the roles that confine you, and the expectations that suffocate you. That heaviness is your soul speaking through your body, urging you toward what needs to be healed, released, or transformed. And as Jung reminded us, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. Your body is trying to make the unconscious conscious. It wants you to notice what your mind has been pushing aside. Your tiredness is not your enemy. It is your compass. It shows you where your energy is leaking, where your boundaries are breaking, and where your spirit is craving change. When you honor these signals, instead of judging them, you begin to reconnect with the deeper wisdom inside you, the part of you that refuses to live a life that is too small for your soul. And in that quiet awareness, you finally understand that lying down is not giving up. It is listening. It is the moment your soul asks you to return to yourself. Are you ready to honor what your soul is trying to tell you? If this message resonates, and you're ready to listen to the signals your body sends before your mind can make sense of them. Comment below. I am listening to my soul. Your commitment creates space for deeper healing and spiritual wisdom. 4. Jung identified 5 sacred forms of soul tiredness, each a message. When Carl Jung spoke of the quiet exhaustion that rises from the soul, he wasn't talking about the kind of tiredness that sleep can fix, but the deeper fatigue that signals a spiritual shift, a quiet invitation into spirituality and spiritual awakening. He described 5 sacred forms of soul tiredness, each one a message disguised as exhaustion, beginning with misalignment fatigue, the heaviness you feel when the life you are living does not reflect who you truly are inside. This is the weight that settles over you when your actions contradict your values, when your choices please everyone but yourself, and when your days are filled with obligations that silence your inner voice. It is the fatigue of pretending, of forcing yourself into roles that do not fit, and the soul responds not with anger, but with exhaustion, urging you to stop abandoning yourself and return to the path that feels real and right for you. Flowing naturally from this truth is the second form, unmourned grief. Fatigue, the deep inner drain that comes from carrying pain you never had the space, support, or safety to release. This is the grief you push down because life demanded your strength, the heartbreak you brushed aside because you had responsibilities to maintain, and the disappointments you swallowed because you had no one to confide in. When grief is left unprocessed, it does not disappear. It settles into the body as heaviness, making you feel as though the simplest tasks require extraordinary effort. Your desire to lie down becomes a quiet reminder that your soul is still holding the weight of what was never mourned, asking you to slow down enough to finally feel what you once had to ignore. This sense of heaviness deepens into the third form, emotional overload fatigue, often felt by those who are sensitive, empathic, or deeply attuned to the emotional undercurrents around them. You may not even realize how much you absorb other people's fears, stress, unspoken tension, expectations, and emotional chaos. And over time, this accumulation becomes too much for your system to manage. Your soul pulls you into stillness as an act of protection, making lying down feel like the only refuge where your nervous system can reset. Jung understood that this kind of tiredness is not weakness, but a sign of emotional saturation, a sign that your inner world needs space, boundaries, and solitude to clear and recover. From here, the fourth form transition fatigue emerges, a unique exhaustion that appears during profound inner transformation. This is the tiredness that comes when an old version of you is dissolving, but the new version has not yet taken form. It is the fatigue of standing in the doorway between identities, where what once made sense no longer does, and what is coming has not yet arrived. Your energy drops because your psyche is reorganizing itself. Your beliefs are shifting, your desires are recalibrating, and your sense of self is restructuring from the inside out. Within spirituality and spiritual awakening, this is a sacred stage, but also a draining one, and the soul often demands rest so it can rebuild the new self with clarity. Finally, there is blocked creativity, fatigue, the exhaustion that emerges when your natural creative flow, your desire to express, build, imagine, or bring something meaningful to life is suppressed by fear, routine, or external pressure. Creativity is not just artistic expression. It is the soul's way of releasing energy. And when that energy cannot move, it turns inward and becomes fatigue. Your desire to lie down becomes a quiet plea from your spirit, asking for expression, expansion, and the freedom to create something that restores your sense of aliveness. 5. Lying down is a sacred pause where the unconscious reorganizes you. When you feel the urge to lie down all day, you are not collapsing or giving up. You are entering a state Carl Jung described as a sacred inner recalibration, because lying down is a sacred pause where the unconscious reorganizes you. This moment of stillness is not a weakness, but a powerful stage of psychic incubation, a phase in which your inner world silently dissolves the identities you have outgrown, releases the emotional weight you have carried for too long, and begins repairing the unseen fractures within you. Nothing appears to be happening on the outside, yet inside you, everything is shifting, realigning, and rebuilding itself with remarkable intelligence. During this period, your soul retreats from noise, pressure, and expectations so it can gently process accumulated grief, untangle old patterns, and soften emotional armor that once helped you survive but now prevents your growth. This is where spirituality and spiritual development deepen, because your unconscious is working quietly to expand your capacity for clarity, strength, and emotional truth. The tiredness you feel is not the symptom of failure, but the signal that your inner system is hard at work, rebalancing what has been overwhelmed for years. As you lie down, your nervous system finally finds room to breathe. Your deeper mind begins rearranging stored memories, and your heart prepares to release what no longer supports your becoming. Jung believed that the unconscious always moves you toward wholeness, even when the conscious mind thinks you are falling behind. And that is exactly what is happening when your body demands stillness. You are not avoiding life. You are being restructured for a new chapter of it. You lie down because something deep within you knows it is time to stop performing, stop pretending, and stop forcing yourself into states of constant productivity that drain your inner truth. This is the space where you are emptied so you can be refilled, where remnants of your old identity dissolve so a more grounded self can emerge, and where your soul prepares you for the emotional and spiritual capacity needed for a higher level of living. So when your body tells you to rest, trust that it is responding to a spiritual intelligence working beneath the surface. You are being prepared, strengthened, and renewed in ways you cannot yet see. And within this seemingly quiet stillness, your inner architecture is being rebuilt piece by piece so that when you rise again, you rise clearer, lighter, and more aligned with the life you are meant to live. Don't forget to subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more insights like this, reminders that lying down isn't laziness, but a sacred pause where your unconscious is quietly reorganizing you. If this message speaks to your soul, drop a comment saying, "I honor my inner rest." 6. Modern culture misunderstands stillness and worships constant productivity. Modern culture misunderstands stillness and worships constant productivity, teaching you that your value comes from motion, noise, and endless output. Yet Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom reminds you that the psyche does not operate like a machine, but moves in natural cycles just like the earth itself. Because nothing in nature blooms all year, and nothing in the universe grows without first returning to silence. You are not meant to stretch yourself endlessly. And when your soul urges you to lie down all day, it is not weakness. It is a message from your deeper consciousness telling you that something inside is trying to repair, reset, and reorganize itself. Jung once said, "Your visions will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. And you cannot look into your heart when you are rushing, forcing, and performing for the world. You can only hear your inner truth when your mind stops, when your breath softens, and when your body is finally allowed to rest. This is why stillness is not regression or failure, but an essential stage of psychological, emotional, and spiritual evolution. A quiet phase where your nervous system recalibrates, your unprocessed emotions rise to the surface, and your intuition begins to speak again after being drowned out by constant activity. The world may tell you to keep going no matter what, but your inner world, your subconscious, your body, your spirit demands balance, rhythm, and periods of deep restoration. When you ignore this cycle, fatigue becomes louder. When you honor it, clarity returns. And in those moments when you feel the urge to collapse into stillness, understand that your soul is gathering strength for the next chapter, just as winter prepares the ground for spring, and just as night prepares the mind for the coming dawn. Rest is not an interruption of your growth, but part of the architecture of your growth, a spiritual alignment that allows your energy to be rebuilt from the inside out. When you slow down, you are not losing progress. You are reclaiming yourself, reconnecting with your intuition, and remembering what truly matters beneath all the expectations placed upon you. In this gentle pause, you rediscover your center, your purpose, and your inner balance, and you realize that the longing to lie down is not laziness, but a sacred invitation from your soul to return to the rhythm that nature has always known. Inhale, exhale, expand, retreat, rise, rest, become, and then become again. 7. The inner dialogue begins when the body grows still. When the body grows still, a quiet doorway opens inside you, pulling you into a deeper realm where the noise of the outer world finally loosens its grip. In that pause, what feels like tiredness is often the soul's way of calling you inward, a gentle insistence that you listen. Carl Jung reminded us that who looks inside awakens. And this awakening begins the moment your muscles relax, your breath settles, and your awareness begins to shift from doing to simply being. This stillness is not laziness or avoidance. It is the natural threshold of spirituality and spiritual awakening. The moment when your unconscious begins speaking in the only language it trusts: sensations, emotions, symbols, half-formed images, and whispers of memories that surface the instant your ego stops pushing. This inner dialogue does not shout. It emerges like a soft current underneath everything you carry. When you lie down and feel waves of emotion rising for no reason, when forgotten memories slip into your awareness, when strange images flash behind your eyes, or when your chest feels heavy without knowing why. This is your soul doing exactly what Jung described through the process of active imagination, communicating truths that cannot be spoken with ordinary words. These signals bypass logic because logic has never been able to touch the deepest parts of you. Instead, the soul uses imagery because imagery cannot be rationalized away. It uses bodily sensations because the body remembers what the mind forgets. It uses dreams because dreams move without permission. carrying messages from the unconscious into the waking world. As you slow down enough to feel these subtle impressions, you begin to realize that your exhaustion has always been more than physical. It is the tiredness of carrying emotions you never processed, responsibilities that were never yours, expectations you silently inherited, and versions of yourself you have been performing for too long. The body collapses not because it is weak, but because it is wise, because it knows that healing begins only when you pause, only when you stop negotiating with your own truth, only when you finally allow everything inside you to rise without being dismissed. In this state, the ego loosens, and the unconscious steps forward with clarity, offering fragments of insight through sensations that feel new yet strangely familiar, as if you always knew them but never had the quiet to hear them. The urge to lie down is the psyche's most honest request for connection. It is an invitation to return to your depth, to sit with the unfiltered intelligence of your inner world, and to listen without rushing toward solutions. When you accept this invitation, you begin to sense meanings in your emotions, direction in your discomfort, and guidance in your dreams. What once felt like fatigue becomes recognition. What once felt like heaviness becomes information. What once felt like emptiness becomes the birthplace of renewal. In this silence, you meet the parts of yourself that have waited patiently for you to return the intuitive voice you ignored, the unprocessed experiences held in your chest, the creativity buried under your obligations, and the inner truth that emerges only when everything else fades. Here, the soul rises, and the journey continues from the inside out. 8. The heaviness marks the death of old identity and the birth of a new self. The heaviness in your body, the urge to lie down, the strange pull toward quiet is not a failure, but a sign that something inside you is ending, so something truer can begin. Because in the words of Carl Jung, the heaviness marks the death of old identity and the birth of a new self. When you lie down, you are not escaping life. You are shedding the old layers you no longer need. The values that once defined you, but no longer align with your growth. The relationships that pulled you away from yourself. The expectations you carried to be accepted, and the roles you performed because you thought you had to, rather than because they reflected who you truly were. This heaviness slows you down, because slowing down is the only way your soul can begin rearranging itself from the inside out. And in that stillness, spirituality starts to work on you quietly, reminding you that transformation often requires rest, silence, and surrender instead of constant motion. The reason you feel tired is because you are unknowingly releasing emotional burdens you have carried for years. And as those layers fall away, your inner world begins to reorganize, allowing a wiser, more aligned, more authentic version of you to take shape. You may notice your old ambitions suddenly feel distant, as if they belong to someone you no longer are. This happens because your identity is shifting, and the self you are becoming refuses to move forward with goals that were built on survival instead of truth. You might also feel detached from people or situations that once held power over you. And this detachment is not numbness. It is clarity, the kind that comes from spiritual development as your intuition shows you what is no longer healthy for you to hold on to. The urge to lie down becomes a sacred moment of recalibration where your nervous system softens, Your emotional patterns break apart, and your soul finally has room to breathe. In that quiet space, your thoughts slow down long enough for you to hear what you have ignored for so long. The exhaustion was never just physical, it was emotional, mental, and spiritual. A sign that your inner world was asking for release long before your outer world began to reflect it. When you allow yourself to rest without guilt, you make space for new clarity to rise, the kind that helps you understand which beliefs are outdated, which habits no longer serve your path, and which parts of you are ready to be reborn. This period of heaviness is not punishment. It is preparation, a necessary pause between who you were and who you are becoming. So as you move through this silent transformation, let the heaviness teach you these lessons: that rest is not weakness, but wisdom; that lying down is often the doorway to strength rather than the opposite; that your soul speaks the loudest when your body becomes still; and that every moment of fatigue is guiding you toward a more truthful, grounded, and spiritually aligned life. One where you no longer carry identities that were never yours. Because the self emerging from this stillness is clearer, stronger, and far more authentic than the one you have been shedding. To honor this powerful moment of shedding the old and stepping into who you are becoming, take a conscious step forward. Comment below, "I rise renewed," to affirm your transformation and inspire others who are also awakening to their new self. 9. Energy returns gently when the transformation is complete. Energy returns gently when transformation has finally done its quiet work beneath the surface, not suddenly, but softly, the way early spring warms the earth long before the flowers appear. You begin to feel a subtle clarity rising inside you, a quiet curiosity, a small but unmistakable warmth spreading through your inner world. And as this happens, your soul rises first, while your body slowly follows, reminding you that healing always begins in the unseen places. And when your soul rises like this, you must rise slowly too, without rushing, without pushing, and with deep respect for the new self that was formed in silence. Because as Carl Jung said, "Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakens," and this tiredness that has been pulling you inward is a sign that an inner awakening is unfolding in ways your mind cannot yet understand. The desire to lie down all day is not a mistake or a weakness. It is your soul tugging gently on your awareness, asking you to turn inward so it can guide you onto a truer path. In this state, you are not shutting down. You are being recalibrated. Your nervous system is reorganizing after carrying too much for too long. Your identity is shedding what no longer belongs, and your intuition is clearing out false expectations to make space for a deeper truth. This is why you feel heavy, even when nothing is physically wrong. Why your thoughts grow quiet and your body asks for stillness. Because your inner world is doing the kind of work that can only happen when everything on the outside becomes still. And although the world may tell you to keep moving, to keep producing, to keep proving your worth, spiritual wisdom teaches you something far more powerful. Rest is not the opposite of growth. Rest creates growth. When you lie down, you are allowing your soul to reorganize your energy in ways you cannot yet see. Rest becomes the womb where transformation takes root, where your next version is shaped with precision and tenderness. It prepares you for the chapter you have not stepped into yet. And just like a seed must stay buried in darkness before it breaks open into light. You too must honor the darkness of stillness, the slowness of healing, and the quietness of becoming. This is why energy returns slowly, because your inner world is rebuilding a foundation strong enough to carry the life you are growing toward. And what rises slowly tends to last. So when you feel pulled to lie down, when stillness calls you more loudly than action, allow yourself to follow, because your soul is guiding you, protecting you, and building you from the inside out. Rest is sacred. Rest is preparation. Rest is the silent architect of your next becoming. In the end, Carl Jung reminds us that the urge to lie down all day is rarely laziness. It is your soul's quiet cry for restoration, alignment, and deeper self-understanding. When you honor that inner voice, you begin to reconnect with your true nature and reclaim the balance your spirit has been asking for. If this message from spiritual wisdom resonated with you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. And be sure to turn on notifications so you never miss any of our upcoming videos. Your journey of inner healing and awakening continues here. The psychological reason adult children turn against their parents. The greatest burden a child must bear is the unlived life of the parent. Carl Jung. Welcome back to Spiritual Wisdom. Today, we're diving into one of the most painful and misunderstood experiences a parent can face: when an adult child turns away. In this video, we explore the deep psychological forces often hidden in the unconscious that shape distance, resentment, and silence within families. More importantly, we uncover what these patterns mean for your own healing, growth, and emotional freedom. As you listen, I invite you to reflect on your own story. Have you ever experienced this kind of emotional separation, either as a parent or as a child? Share your thoughts in the comments below, because your voice may bring comfort to someone who feels alone. Let's begin this journey toward clarity, compassion, and inner peace. 1. The pain of parental abandonment. Of all human heartbreaks, few cut as deeply as watching your own children pull away. Because when a parent who once gave everything now sits in front of a silent phone or an empty doorway, it feels like the universe has collapsed into a single unanswered question. Why did the people I loved the most choose to leave me behind? Yet Carl Jung reminds us that the greatest burden a child must bear is the unlived life of the parent. And through this lens, the distance between parent and child becomes not just an act of rejection, but a complex psychological and spiritual response to years of unspoken emotional weight. Many adult children do not wake up one day and suddenly decide to abandon their parents. Instead, this distance forms slowly through unresolved conflicts, repeated moments of feeling unheard, years of subtle criticism, or the quiet expectation that they must sacrifice their own identity to maintain harmony. What looks like coldness is often the child's attempt to breathe, because for some, every interaction triggers old wounds, guilt, pressure, comparison, or the feeling that love must be earned rather than freely given. And when the nervous system associates a parent with emotional danger instead of emotional safety, withdrawal becomes a form of survival. From the outside, the parent may only see disrespect, ingratitude, or sudden disinterest. But underneath, the adult child may be fleeing from patterns that shaped their entire upbringing. Patterns the parent may not even realize existed. Jung warned that nothing shapes a child more than the parts of a parent's life the parent refused to face, and many children carry not just their own pain, but the emotional burdens their parents never resolved. Loneliness masked as control, fear disguised as criticism, disappointment hidden inside high expectations. When this weight becomes too heavy, separation becomes not an attack, but a desperate act of self-preservation. Spiritually, some souls choose families that challenge them in the deepest ways so that they may awaken, break generational cycles, and rediscover their true identity beyond the roles placed upon them. This process of spiritual awakening can appear harsh, especially to the parent who feels abandoned, but on a soul level, it is an attempt to heal wounds that have echoed across generations. For many parents, this distance feels like betrayal, yet it is often the result of misunderstandings that accumulated over years. A child who was constantly told to be strong may now avoid the parent because they were never allowed to be vulnerable. A child who was scolded for expressing emotions may now protect themselves through silence. A child who was expected to care for a parent's feelings may now cut contact to finally build their own life without carrying emotional debts they never chose. This does not mean the parent was intentionally hurtful. It means the emotional landscape of the family was shaped by unspoken rules, survival patterns, and inherited pain that no one was taught how to navigate. But when the parent dares to look inward instead of only outward, something transformative happens. The question shifts from, "Why are they doing this to me?" to, "What pain have they been carrying that I have never truly seen?" And this shift opens the door to healing. For both spirituality teaches that relationships act as mirrors, reflecting the parts of ourselves we avoid, and having your own child turn away is one of the harshest mirrors life can hold up, forcing you to confront not only who they are, but who you became through years of habit, fear, and unexamined patterns. This reflection is not meant to punish, but to awaken, because even small shifts in awareness, learning to listen without defense, apologizing without justification, and acknowledging the emotions that were overlooked can begin to soften years of tension. Even if the child is not ready to return, the parent's inner work is never wasted, because change occurs first in energy before it appears in physical form. And when a parent commits to understanding, healing, and releasing old patterns, the emotional atmosphere of the relationship begins to shift. In the end, the distance between a parent and a child is rarely rooted in a single event. It is woven from unmet needs, unspoken truths, inherited wounds, and the difficult psychological process of carving out identity. While the past cannot be rewritten, the present can become a turning point when approached with humility, honesty, and a sincere desire to break the cycle. Because even in the silence, connection is not lost. It is waiting for the moment when both souls are ready to meet again in truth rather than in pain. 2. Common reasons for estrangement. When adult children turn away from their parents, the reasons are rarely simple, and Carl Jung's psychology shows us that estrangement often grows from emotional wounds that were never understood or healed. Many adult children still carry scars from childhood, especially if they felt their parents were too strict, too controlling, or emotionally unavailable. And even when you believed you were doing the best you could, your child may have experienced those moments as pressure, fear, or a loss of safety. This emotional memory doesn't disappear with age. It lingers in the subconscious, shaping how they relate to you now. When they distance themselves, it is often a form of self-protection, an attempt to escape emotions they never learned to process, not a direct rejection of your worth or identity as a parent. Yet beyond personal history, society itself plays a powerful role in widening the gap between parents and children, because modern culture glorifies independence and subtly teaches that caring for parents is a burden rather than a blessing. The media encourages cutting ties as a symbol of strength and choosing yourself, without acknowledging the heartbreak left behind. Many young adults absorb the belief that emotional boundaries mean avoidance, that healing means disconnecting, and that adulthood means forgetting where they came from. This cultural shift creates an invisible wall between generations, making love feel heavy and responsibility feel old-fashioned. Family conflict adds another layer, because unhealed tension has a long memory. Jung once said, "What is not made conscious appears in our lives as fate." And this is painfully true within families. Past divorces, arguments, betrayals, financial stress, remarriages, or years of silent resentment create emotional cracks that children feel deeply. Even when the conflict is over, the emotional climate it created can linger for decades. Adult children may step away, not because they do not care, but because the atmosphere of the past still feels unsafe or heavy. The problem is that their distance shows up as coldness, while the true reason is unspoken pain. However, another side must also be acknowledged: entitlement and lack of gratitude. Some adult children take their parents for granted, believing they owe nothing in return for the sacrifices made for them. This mindset is fueled by a culture that tells individuals they are self-made, ignoring the love, labor, and sleepless nights that shaped their foundation. When adult children operate from entitlement, they may dismiss their parents' needs, minimize their sacrifices, and behave with indifference or disrespect. This is not a reflection of your failures, but of their lack of emotional maturity and spiritual development. When you place these truths side by side, a larger picture emerges, one that blends psychology with spirituality. Estrangement is not only a relationship issue, it is a mirror showing the unhealed wounds on both sides and the cultural forces that push families apart. Jung's insight invites you to look beneath the surface and ask deeper questions about what pain remains unspoken, what generational patterns remain unresolved, and how both you and your child have been shaped by pressures far bigger than your home. Through the lens of spiritual development, you begin to see that healing starts not by demanding change from your child, but by understanding your own heart, acknowledging what you could not offer in the past, and cultivating compassion for both sides of the story. And from this understanding come the lessons. Do not let your child's distance define your worth. Look honestly at any pain you may have contributed to and offer humility rather than shame. Resist the urge to chase or beg, and instead keep your heart open with dignity. And finally, use this season to grow in your own spirituality, healing your own wounds so that if reconciliation comes, it comes to a stronger, wiser version of you. Because even if your relationship does not repair overnight, the inner work you do becomes a quiet light that one day may guide your child back, not out of guilt, but out of genuine readiness to reconnect. 3. The Jungian perspective, individuation. Carl Jung believed that every child must eventually separate from their parents to form a true and independent identity. And when you look at this through the lens of spiritual wisdom, you begin to see that this separation is not a rejection, but a natural stage of inner growth. Individuation, as Jung called it, is the lifelong process of becoming whole. And for many adult children, this journey requires creating emotional distance from the place where their earliest patterns were formed. Yet when this natural separation becomes extreme, it does not feel like growth. It feels like abandonment, leaving both parent and child carrying wounds that neither fully understands. And here lies the painful paradox. The same child who once needed you for everything now feels the need to step away from you to find themselves, not because they hate you, but because they are wrestling with parts of their own shadow they discovered within the relationship. This is why Jung said, the greatest burden a child must bear is the unlived life of the parent, pointing to the invisible, emotional weight children often carry without realizing it. The expectations, the fears, the dreams, and the unspoken pressures that shape them long before they are old enough to choose who they want to be. Many adult children pull away, not from the parent, but from the version of themselves they became in the parent's presence, and the distance becomes a way to escape the emotional script they were handed. A child who grows up feeling unseen may avoid the parent to avoid that feeling. A child who absorbed their parent's pain may step back to stop absorbing it. A child who never found their own voice may need silence to hear it for the first time. But from the parent's perspective, these inner battles look like coldness, disrespect, or indifference, especially when the phone stops ringing or visits become rare. Emotional estrangement is rarely caused by one dramatic moment. It is usually the result of years of unexpressed feelings, misunderstandings, unmet needs, or wounds that were never addressed. And because humans often fear confrontation, many children choose distance over dialogue, believing that space will protect them from old pain. What makes this even more complex is that both sides often feel misunderstood at the same time. Parents mourn the loss of closeness, thinking, "Where did I go wrong?" While children feel overwhelmed by emotions they cannot name, thinking, "I can't go back without losing myself." This silent tension deepens the gap until the relationship feels frozen in place. Jung warned that, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. And this explains why estrangement can become a cycle. Both parent and child repeat emotional patterns without realizing it, and both suffer because neither knows how to break the spell. When children turn away, the act is almost never driven by hate. It is driven by confusion, identity formation, and the deep need to rewrite their inner story without the pressure of old expectations. Yet even in this darkness, spiritual wisdom teaches that separation can create space for awareness. When the emotional noise quiets, both sides can begin to see their own patterns more clearly. Children may realize they are not running from the parent, but from their own unhealed wounds. Parents may recognize that the distance is not punishment, but a call for deeper understanding and gentler connection. And when both sides begin to understand the psychological forces at play, the relationship is no longer defined by blame, but by insight. In this light, estrangement is not the end. It is a painful invitation for both hearts to grow. I'd love to hear your thoughts on how individuation and inner growth have shaped your relationship with your parents or family. Share your experience in the comments below. And if today's message resonates with you, simply type, "I choose my authentic self," to show that you're embracing this Jungian journey with us. 4. The reality of abandoned parents. Many parents quietly confess that the deepest wound in their old age is not illness, poverty, or the slowing of their bodies, but the silence left behind by the very children they raised. Some describe it with a short, heartbreaking sentence: "I raised strangers." Behind those 3 words lies a lifetime of sacrifice, sleepless nights, unspoken worries, and small acts of love that were never recorded but were always given. When an adult child turns away, the parent does not simply lose a relationship. They lose a role, a dream, and a part of their identity. The home they once filled with noise and warmth becomes an echo chamber, reminding them of birthdays, holidays, and ordinary afternoons that will never return. Yet the truth is that this distance rarely forms overnight. It grows slowly from unresolved conflicts, emotional misunderstandings, generational wounds, or the pressures of modern life that push families apart, until one day the relationship quietly fractures. Some children carry resentment from the past, from moments when parents did their best but did not know how to meet certain emotional needs. Others become consumed by their own lives, careers, marriages, stress, survival, and gradually drift away without realizing the damage their absence causes. There are also children who disconnect because they feel they must protect their mental health from patterns or expectations they never knew how to navigate. None of these explanations erase the pain of the parent, but they reveal a difficult truth. Many adult children are not rejecting their parents as humans. They are rejecting the unresolved emotional history. They feel trapped inside. Carl Jung spoke to this when he said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." Much of the distance between parents and adult children is not caused by hatred, but by unhealed emotional inheritance that neither generation fully understands. But as heavy as this reality is, there is another side, one that many elderly parents slowly discover after the initial shock of abandonment. Some begin to reclaim their inner peace through solitude. They explore hobbies they once loved but never had time for. They join community groups, volunteer programs, or small circles of friends who remind them that companionship can be found even outside of family. Through these activities, parents begin to rediscover the self that existed before the identity of motherhood or fatherhood took over their entire life. They reconnect with forgotten passions, creativity, and personal purpose, realizing that their story does not end simply because a child has stepped away. This quiet return to the self is not a form of giving up. It is a form of returning home. It allows parents to experience a deeper kind of peace, one that arises from being present with themselves, rather than waiting for validation or affection that may never come. This journey also reveals a subtle truth. When you stop chasing what is absent, you begin to see the value of what is still present within you. Many parents who once felt hollow eventually find strength in this rediscovery, learning that while the heartbreak of abandonment leaves a scar, it does not have to define the rest of their life. Some even find that solitude opens a door to healing they never expected, helping them grow into a version of themselves that feels more authentic, more grounded, and more at peace than ever before. 5. Transformation through solitude. Solitude becomes a powerful turning point in your life because, as Carl Jung explained, suffering is not just a wound, but a doorway to individuation. The deep inner process where you stop living as a reflection of others and begin to return to your true self. When the noise falls away and you have no one left to impress or perform for, you are forced into an honest meeting with your own soul. And although this silence can feel sharp and uncomfortable, it is often the only environment where real spiritual development can begin. In that quiet space, you start noticing the patterns you used to ignore, the emotional wounds you avoided, and the parts of yourself you buried under responsibility, relationships, and expectations. Loneliness becomes a mirror that shows you where you have abandoned yourself long before anyone else ever did. As you sit with your inner world, something shifts inside you. The pain you once feared begins to reveal its meaning, and the emptiness that felt unbearable starts teaching you what you truly need. Jung believed that this internal confrontation is the heart of transformation, because facing your shadow, your fears, regrets, suppressed emotions, breaks the illusion that you must stay the same to be loved. When you look inward long enough, you begin to see that solitude is not punishment, but purification, a slow removal of everything false, everything that no longer fits the person you are becoming. This is why people often find unexpected strength in their darkest hours. The silence pushes them to grow roots where they once had only reactions, and in that stillness, wisdom begins to form. Solitude strengthens intuition, deepens emotional clarity, and reveals the quiet truths that constant distraction kept hidden, allowing you to step into spirituality not as an escape, but as a deeper understanding of your own nature. Through this journey, you realize that the loneliness you feared is actually shaping your inner character, helping you reclaim the parts of yourself you abandoned to keep the peace or meet expectations. Every painful memory that rises in solitude becomes an opportunity for healing. Every uncomfortable realization becomes a step toward wholeness. Jung taught that individuation is the slow integration of all your pieces: the light, the shadow, the past, and the future into someone authentic and complete. And solitude is where that integration begins. Your suffering becomes the fire that refines you. Your silence becomes the teacher that guides you. And your spiritual strength grows not from avoiding the darkness, but from learning how to walk through it. The lesson hidden inside this process is simple. When you allow solitude to work on you, it reveals your truth, restores your power, and leads you toward a version of yourself that no longer breaks under pressure, but stands rooted in clarity, purpose, and inner peace. If this message resonates with you, declare your strength in the comments. In solitude, I transform. 6. Coping strategies and healing. Healing from a child's abandonment is not a simple process, but a deep inner journey where the spiritual wisdom of Carl Jung becomes a guide that helps you understand your pain and reclaim your strength, reminding you that the greatest burden a child must bear is the unlived life of the parent, and showing you how unresolved wounds from the past can silently shape the relationship you have with your children. That is why the first lesson is learning to set boundaries, because loving your child does not mean tolerating humiliation, disrespect, or emotional manipulation. And every time you gently but firmly say, "I deserve to be treated with dignity," you reclaim a part of yourself that you may have forgotten while giving everything to your family. Honoring Jung's teaching that what you allow unconsciously continues until you consciously stop it. Yet even with boundaries, the pain remains heavy until you allow yourself to grieve honestly, letting yourself cry, admit the heartbreak, and speak your truth without shame. Because as Rumi said, the wound is the place where the light enters you. And acknowledging your grief becomes an act of courage that begins to release the weight you have been carrying alone for so long. That honesty naturally leads to the need for connection, because isolation will convince you that you are unworthy. But rebuilding community through friendships, support groups, faith circles, volunteering, or simply opening up to people who genuinely care reminds you that love doesn't vanish just because your child pulled away. This widening circle of support slowly replaces the haunting silence, giving you emotional safety and reminding you that your story continues even when a part of it has been broken. From there, rediscovering your purpose becomes essential, because when children walk away, many parents feel like their entire identity disappears with them. Yet Jung reminds us that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are, meaning that your life still holds meaning beyond the label of parent. This is your invitation to return to passions you once buried: writing, gardening, creating, teaching, learning, traveling, or helping others. And as you pour your energy into something that makes your soul feel alive, you begin rebuilding the self that was overshadowed by years of sacrifice. And through all of these steps, the most transformative layer is learning to seek meaning, not by pretending everything is fine, but by exploring what this pain is teaching you about boundaries, self-worth, forgiveness, compassion, and the unresolved wounds you may still carry from your own childhood. You may find meaning in faith, in talking honestly with God, or in serving others who are hurting, or in creativity as you turn your pain into art, stories, or quiet acts of beauty that restore your sense of purpose. This shift, finding meaning where there was only loss, turns you into the alchemist of your own soul. Someone who transforms heartbreak into clarity and sorrow into growth. As Viktor Frankl wrote, when we are no longer able to change a situation, we are challenged to change ourselves. And through setting boundaries, grieving with honesty, rebuilding community, rediscovering purpose, and seeking meaning, you step out of the role of the abandoned parent and into the role of someone who is healing, awakening, and remembering their own worth. 7. The spiritual lesson behind the pain. When children turn away from their parents, life is not simply closing a door. It is redirecting you back to your own soul, urging you to reclaim the parts of yourself that were forgotten while you were giving, sacrificing, and carrying the weight of everyone else's needs except your own. The heartbreak cuts deeply because it comes from the very people you once held as infants, the ones you stayed awake for, worried for, and protected with everything you had. Yet the deeper meaning behind this pain is that it is not an ending, but a powerful invitation into transformation, authenticity, and freedom from emotional dependency. The silence, the absence, The unanswered calls can feel like rejection, but underneath that pain is a sacred message. You are being called to rediscover your worth beyond your role as a parent, to understand that your dignity and capacity for joy are not determined by who walks away, and to remember that your identity is rooted in something far more enduring than another person's approval. Even when family ties fail, your heart does not lose its value. Your spirit does not lose its shine. This is where spirituality and spiritual development begin to guide you, reminding you that your existence has meaning, independent of whether your children stay close or drift far. Sometimes the absence of loved ones awakens a deeper presence within you, a resilience that only emerges when everything external collapses. You begin to sense that the emptiness is not a void, but a clearing, a space where your soul can breathe again after years of being overshadowed by responsibility and emotional pressure. Through this space, you slowly rediscover the courage to live fully, not as someone defined by others, but as someone who belongs to themselves. As you walk through this emotional valley, you may notice a shift within you. You become less controlled by guilt, less burdened by unspoken expectations, and more able to set gentle but firm boundaries that protect your peace. You begin to understand that love does not mean allowing disrespect, that forgiveness does not require abandoning yourself, and that closeness is not the same as loyalty. You stop asking, "What did I do wrong?" and start asking, "What is life trying to awaken in me through this pain?" When you look at the situation through this lens, the suffering that once felt cruel becomes a teacher that reveals hidden layers of strength, self-respect, and emotional clarity. Gradually, the pain softens and something new emerges, a quiet but powerful recognition that even in the most desolate seasons, your soul is not broken, but being reshaped. You learn that you can live even without constant validation, that you can find joy that does not depend on anyone's presence, and that you can build an inner home no one can abandon. In this way, the very experience that once felt like devastation becomes the beginning of a deeper, wiser relationship with yourself, rooted in spirituality, grounded in self-worth, and strengthened through spiritual development. If today's message spoke to the deeper spiritual lesson within your pain, take a moment to ground that awareness. Comment below, "I choose healing," to honor your inner growth and encourage others to face their own truth with strength. In the end, Carl Jung's insight reminds us that when adult children turn away, it is rarely about simple disrespect. It is a reflection of unhealed wounds, unspoken pain, and patterns carried through generations. Understanding this truth does not erase the hurt, but it does give you the power to respond with clarity, compassion, and strength. Healing begins when awareness replaces blame, and when love becomes a conscious choice rather than an old expectation. If this message brought you clarity or comfort, please remember to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss any of our upcoming videos. Your journey toward deeper understanding and healing continues here. how to never get angry or bothered by anyone. He who angers you conquers you. These powerful words by Elizabeth Kenny capture the essence of emotional freedom. In a world where everyone is reactive, imagine becoming someone who cannot be disturbed, someone who no longer dances to the chaos of others. Carl Jung's most chilling insight wasn't about anger itself. It was about the kind of inner transformation that makes you psychologically untouchable. On Spiritual Wisdom, we dive deep into how you can embody this state of spiritual intelligence, where peace is no longer a reaction, but a choice. Have you ever experienced a moment when you refused to let someone's energy control your own? Share your story in the comments as we're growing through this together. 1. Emotional immunity is real and rare. Carl Jung's most unsettling insight wasn't about anger. It was about the rare individuals who had become emotionally immune, not through repression or denial, but through inner transformation. These people didn't react because there was nothing left in them to be triggered. Their emotions weren't chained to the unpredictable behavior of others. They weren't calm because they practiced stoic restraint. They were calm because they had dissolved the ego's need to defend itself. When insulted, they didn't flinch. When dismissed, they didn't chase. When misunderstood, they didn't explain. Because their peace was no longer negotiable. This wasn't emotional detachment. It was emotional evolution. They had reached a level of self-awareness where the chaos of the external world could not corrupt the stillness of their internal state. It wasn't about building walls. It was about removing the hooks that others could latch onto. No wounds left to poke. No insecurities to exploit. They had burned through the illusions of ego, and what remained was a kind of intelligent spiritual intelligence that made them untouchable. Jung called this state emotional impermeability, and it disturbed him because it showed how rarely human beings reach it. These individuals had walked through fire, not avoiding pain, but allowing it to purify them. And on the other side of that fire, they emerged untethered. The world could still scream, criticize, reject, and betray, but none of it could reach the core of who they had become, not because they were cold, but because they were free. They no longer lived in reaction to life. They lived from a place of deep, unshakable presence. When Jung said, "Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes," he was pointing to this exact awakening, one that makes you immune to the emotional games of others. You don't get to this place by wishing. You get there by doing the deep work of turning inward, by facing your shadows, healing your triggers, and removing the emotional debris that others use to control you. These people stopped asking, "Why did they treat me that way?" and started asking, "What part of me believed I had to tolerate it?" Their immunity wasn't apathy, it was clarity. It was a shift from needing to be understood to simply being, from needing to win to needing nothing at all. When you are no longer bothered by others, you don't become less human. You become more divine. You embody a different frequency, one that cannot be pulled into conflict, gossip, or shame. This is the intelligence Carl Jung wanted us to understand. This is the spiritual wisdom few dare to embody. Because once you reach this level, you are no longer part of the emotional economy. You no longer react, perform, or participate. You simply remain rooted in your truth. And in that stillness, you reclaim a power greater than anger, greater than control piece. comment below. I embody emotional immunity. If you're ready to rise above the noise and claim your spiritual power. 2. The shadow mirror. Triggers are teachers. Jung's insight into Heinrich's case revealed a profound truth. Those who no longer get angry haven't suppressed their emotions. They've transmuted them. They've made peace with their shadow, the hidden side of the psyche that holds our fears, insecurities, and wounds. And because of this deep integration, they no longer see external behavior as personal attacks, but as mirrors reflecting their own unconscious terrain. A rude person isn't a threat. They reflect an unhealed fear of inadequacy. A critical family member doesn't define your worth. They echo your lingering self-doubt. Emotional triggers, then, are not meant to break you, but to wake you. This is the true intelligence of spiritual wisdom, learning to decode the signals of the world without letting them shake your inner ground. When you're truly anchored in self-awareness, every moment of discomfort becomes an invitation to evolve. You're no longer trying to win arguments or prove your value because your worth isn't up for negotiation. It's already known within. Jung wrote, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. And in this light, your enemies become your educators. The person who insults you is showing you where your identity is still fragile. The one who ignores you is reminding you where you've attached your presence to being seen. And in this unraveling, you start to reclaim your emotional freedom piece by piece. You begin to witness anger not as something to avoid or deny, but as a sacred mirror held up by the universe showing you where your healing still lives. In modern life, this ability to transmute anger into awareness is a superpower. We live in a world addicted to reaction, where outrage is currency and victimhood is glorified. But the spiritually awakened individual doesn't bite the bait. They pause, breathe, and ask the question no one else thinks to ask. What is this showing me about myself? This question alone collapses ego and opens the door to higher understanding. It's not about tolerating abuse or staying silent. It's about choosing discernment over drama. The mature soul learns that not every fire deserves fuel, and sometimes the most powerful move is no move at all. Silence, when rooted in clarity, speaks louder than retaliation. As you continue walking this path of inner mastery, you'll realize that people's judgments no longer pierce you, because there's nothing left in you that clings to their validation. Emotional immunity isn't about becoming cold, it's about becoming whole. You feel everything, but you are enslaved by nothing. You experience criticism, but it doesn't collapse your self-image. You hear projections, but they don't penetrate your truth. And this is when the world loses its power to shake you, because you've stopped giving it the keys to your nervous system. Spiritual awakening, at its core, is not about escaping conflict or floating above reality. It's about diving into the places where you used to flinch and reclaiming your presence there. You become the calm eye in the middle of the storm, not because life got easier, but because you got clearer. And that clarity is everything. It's the reason you no longer chase apologies. It's the reason silence doesn't scare you. It's the reason triggers now feel like invitations to rise, not reasons to break. In the end, the emotionally sovereign soul walks through life not needing to fight, but radiating a frequency so rooted, so rare, that nothing can knock them off center. Not because they're above it all, but because they've seen it all, healed through it all, and now walk with a quiet power that no chaos can touch. Are you ready to face your triggers and turn them into your greatest teachers? If so, comment below. I will meditate to show your commitment to this powerful journey of self-discovery. 3. The reaction gap. Freedom between stimulus and response. Jung's concept of the reaction gap reveals a powerful truth. Between the moment something triggers you and the moment you respond, there is a sacred space, a space where your freedom lives. This space is not an illusion or a luxury reserved for spiritual masters. It is a trainable, accessible psychological threshold that anyone committed to spiritual development can enter. Heinrich described this moment as if time itself slowed down an experience of heightened awareness that allowed him to pause, breathe, and choose how to respond instead of reacting impulsively. Jung recognized this not as a coping mechanism, but as a radical act of self-mastery. He saw that anger isn't automatic, it's habitual. And when you begin to witness your own internal processes through the lens of the observer protocol, you step outside the loop of emotional reactivity and into the power of conscious choice. You stop living on autopilot. You begin responding to life instead of being controlled by it. This reaction gap is where spiritual awakening happens in real time. It's not about becoming emotionless. It's about becoming emotionally sovereign. When someone criticizes you, tries to offend you, or belittles you, they're not forcing you to react. They're offering you an invitation to join them in a lower state of consciousness. But you are under no obligation to attend. Through spiritual wisdom, you realize that you are not a reflection of their projection. You are the guardian of your own energy. You don't react because your worth isn't up for debate. You don't retaliate because you've outgrown the need to defend a false identity. And so, in the reaction gap, you begin to understand the difference between power and control. Control wants to dominate the external. Power is the ability to remain internally still in the midst of chaos. In modern life, we're conditioned to react quickly to texts, to news, to opinions, to insults. But the more we react, the more we become puppets of our environment. Practicing the observer protocol is how we cut those strings. By slowing down and witnessing your triggers without judgment, you begin to rewire your nervous system. That space between stimulus and response grows wider. It becomes a sanctuary. It becomes your teacher. And with time, you realize that your inner peace is not something you protect through avoidance. It's something you embody through awareness. The more you honor that space, the less reactive you become, and the more magnetic your presence feels to others. Not because you're trying to impress anyone, but because calm is rare, and rare is powerful. Choosing peace doesn't mean you're weak. It means you're wise. It means you've transcended the need to be right, to win, to prove. You no longer outsource your peace to external validation. That is the heart of spirituality, claiming full responsibility for your energy and learning to respond from presence, not pain. Anger may still arise, but it no longer owns you. It passes through, like weather across the sky, and you remain the sky, vast, aware, unshaken. In this state, every emotional trigger becomes an opportunity to deepen your spiritual development. Every moment of tension becomes an invitation to pause, to reflect, and to choose a higher path. And every time you do, you become less reactive and more radiant, less controlled and more conscious less conditioned, and more free. 4. The boundary fortress, protecting inner peace. Emotionally immune. People don't just ignore negativity, they outgrow it. They move through life with a quiet inner intelligence that filters what deserves their energy and what doesn't. This isn't coldness, it's clarity. Their first defense is a powerful internal tool called the relevance filter. Every word, every opinion, every insult gets silently asked, does this help me grow? If not, it doesn't land. Like a fortress guarded by wisdom, their mind only lets in what elevates. This isn't avoidance, it's alignment. In a world obsessed with reacting, they choose to respond only to truth. Jung once said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakens." That awakening creates a spiritual boundary where the noise of the world fades beneath the strength of self-awareness. But it doesn't stop there. Their second layer of emotional strength is the ownership boundary. This is where spiritual wisdom becomes precision. They don't absorb projections, guilt, or emotional manipulation. When someone tries to dump their pain onto them, they don't resist. They simply refuse to pick it up. They know what belongs to them and what doesn't. Most people spend their lives carrying emotions that were never theirs to begin with. But those who are emotionally free have trained themselves to pause, to observe, and to say, "That's your storm, not mine." Jung understood the dangers of projection and how easily people throw their shadows at others. But intelligent people who have integrated their pain don't react to shadows. They stand in light. And at the center of all of this is the identity fortress. It's not ego. It's not defense. It's presence. These individuals are so rooted in who they are that nothing from the outside can destabilize them. They don't seek validation because they already live in self-recognition. Criticism doesn't shake them because it doesn't touch who they are. Their worth isn't outsourced. Their peace isn't up for discussion. They've walked through fire to know themselves, and now they don't flinch when tested. This is what Jung called individuation, the process of becoming whole, not perfect. And in that wholeness, external attacks lose power because there's no internal wound left to hit. They don't suppress emotion. They've alchemized it. They don't shut people out. They let truth in and leave drama out. To live like this is not to disconnect, but to evolve. It's not about being untouched by life, but untouched by what doesn't align with your purpose. These boundaries of relevance, ownership, identity aren't cages. They're codes of liberation. And every time you choose discernment over reaction, sovereignty over validation, peace over pride, you build your fortress stronger. Not to hide, but to rise. Leave a like and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And don't forget to activate the notification bell so you never miss a moment of peace-protecting wisdom like this. Type in the comments, "I deserve to live a financially prosperous life," if you're ready to guard your energy and manifest abundance. 5. Projection reversal. See through the attack. Every insult is a confession, Carl Jung revealed, not as a poetic metaphor, but as a direct spiritual key one that unlocks the hidden psychology behind projection and emotional attacks. When someone calls you heartless, it often speaks more about their fear of not being loved than any truth about you. When a client belittles your work as amateur, it may be because they silently fear they're a fraud. These accusations are not reflections of your reality, but of theirs. Jung's spiritually awakened patients were not emotionally immune by accident. They developed a sharp inner clarity, a kind of psychological X-ray vision that allowed them to decode every insult as a message about the attacker's own suffering. They didn't react to provocation because they saw through it. They had undergone a transformation so deep that someone else's opinion became irrelevant to their emotional state. That's not spiritual detachment. It's emotional intelligence in its highest form, where spiritual wisdom meets psychological sovereignty. When you understand projection, you stop wasting energy trying to defend your identity. You realize the attack isn't about you. It's a loud echo of someone else's silence, a cry for help wrapped in judgment. And the more conscious you become, the more invisible their bait becomes. This isn't emotional numbness. It's the clarity that arises from a deep spiritual awakening. You start to witness others, not through the lens of your ego, but through the lens of compassion. You understand that people are not attacking you. They are discharging their pain. Your spiritual power doesn't come from blocking the world out, but from seeing it clearly, without confusion. You become untouchable, not because you are guarded, but because you are grounded. You no longer absorb projections as personal truths. You observe them as spiritual teachers. Each insult becomes a revelation. Each attack becomes a map, pointing not to your weakness, but to their inner chaos. Modern life throws projections at us everywhere online, in relationships, at work, and your awakening lies in your response. Will you mirror their wound, or will you become the mirror that reveals it? True spiritual mastery is silent, centered, and serene in the face of emotional chaos. It sees the storm coming, but does not let it enter. And in that stillness, you reclaim your energy. You become a lighthouse, stable, strong, and shining, not because others approve of you, but because you've stopped needing them to. That is not a weakness. That is power. That is the spiritual wisdom Jung left behind, not for the faint-hearted, but for those ready to evolve beyond reaction and into realization. If you believe that wisdom helps you rise above personal attacks, comment below with faith. I see clearly, I respond wisely. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay on this journey of spiritual growth with us. 6. Emotional alchemy, transforming triggers into growth. Emotional alchemy is not about suppressing your feelings or pretending that certain people don't bother you. It's about transforming every emotional trigger into a tool for spiritual development. Carl Jung didn't just encourage us to notice our emotions. He urged us to understand that what irritates us about others is a direct mirror reflecting what we've yet to resolve within ourselves. When someone frustrates you, they're not the problem, they're the portal. The spiritually awakened do not run from discomfort. They use it as a guidepost. They ask, what is this emotion trying to show me about myself? This question, when used honestly, exposes the unhealed parts of your psyche that are still reactive, still attached, still easily disturbed. And once identified, those very weaknesses become the blueprint for your strength. You begin to notice that criticism only stings where insecurity lives. That rejection only hurts where approval is still craved. And that anger only rises where control is still being clung to. These moments are not setbacks. They're sacred invitations to evolve beyond who you were yesterday. You stop seeing difficult people as problems to solve and begin seeing them as teachers of your inner resilience. Instead of thinking, "They're disrespecting me," you begin to ask, "Why do I still need their respect to feel worthy?" That subtle shift changes everything. You no longer react blindly. You respond wisely. You stop handing over your emotional control to others because you understand now that mastery is not built on avoiding triggers, but facing them with consciousness. Every moment of discomfort becomes a lesson in self-awareness, a spiritual mirror reflecting your next stage of development. This is the essence of emotional alchemy, turning the lead of reactivity into the gold of clarity. Spirituality is not about being unaffected by life. It's about being so deeply grounded that nothing can pull you out of alignment. You remain centered not because the world is calm, but because you are. And that kind of presence cannot be faked. It comes only from deep inner work, the willingness to meet every trigger with reflection instead of reaction. True spiritual awakening begins when you stop expecting others to change and instead devote yourself to transforming the way you interpret their behavior. You begin to realize that no one can truly hurt you unless you give them that access. Emotional freedom comes not from changing the world, but from changing your relationship to it. You move from being emotionally fragile to spiritually sovereign. You stop waiting for peace to arrive and start becoming the peace itself. So every time you feel anger rise, every time someone challenges your patience or bruises your pride, remember, this is not just an interruption, it is your initiation. It is your opportunity to practice the most sacred form of power, the ability to choose your response, to turn pain into wisdom, and to walk forward not wounded, but awakened. This is the path of emotional alchemy. This is the power of true spiritual development. 7. The compassionate warrior, strong yet soft. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And that truth becomes undeniable when you realize that real strength isn't about shutting down your emotions. It's about learning how to hold them with intelligence and spiritual wisdom. Compassionate immunity is the highest form of inner mastery, not because you no longer feel, but because you've stopped allowing external chaos to control your internal reality. You don't numb yourself, you refine yourself. You don't build walls, you build presence. And that presence becomes a sanctuary no one can invade. You become calm, not to distance yourself from others, but to create space where their chaos doesn't enter, where your peace becomes a silent invitation for them to rise without you falling. This is not emotional detachment. It is spiritual alignment. You stop absorbing projections. Stop dancing with drama. Stop identifying with every emotional wave that comes your way. And instead, you anchor yourself in something far deeper than reactivity. You anchor yourself in self-awareness, in energetic discipline, in truth. As you rise into this version of yourself, you begin to embody what Jung warned us not to misuse: the temptation to feel emotionally superior. But the truly awakened don't look down. They extend a hand. They understand that emotional triggers are teachers, not enemies. And every moment you don't react is a moment you remember who you are. You learn to support others without carrying their suffering. You learn to listen without losing yourself. You learn to love with boundaries and walk away with grace. You become soft, but not weak. Strong, but not sharp. Present, but not porous. And this balance is what Jung would call the true expression of individuation, the point where you no longer split yourself to fit the world, but instead stand whole and let the world recalibrate around you. You use your calm not as a defense mechanism, but as a bridge, a spiritual offering. You don't need to prove anything, win any argument, or correct anyone's perception of you, because you are no longer living from reaction. You are living from intention. And that intention is rooted in clarity, discipline, and an unshakable inner compass. When someone throws their anger at you, you don't flinch not because you're numb, but because you see through it. You recognize that their pain is not your assignment, that their chaos is not your responsibility, and that your presence itself is already a healing vibration. This is the true spiritual awakening. The moment you stop trying to control the world outside and begin mastering the world within. If this message resonated with you, let it guide your next moment of peace. Remember, true power lies in not reacting, but in choosing stillness. If you're ready to live with emotional clarity and spiritual strength, don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who needs it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And make sure to turn on notifications so you never miss our next powerful insight on the path of awakening. Your journey to deeper self-mastery starts now. How to never get angry or bothered by anyone. He who angers you conquers you. These words remind us that our peace is the ultimate power. Carl Jung believed that much of what irritates us in others is often a reflection of what we haven't yet accepted within ourselves. In today's video, you'll learn how to reclaim your emotional sovereignty, transform triggers into teachers, and live from a space of spiritual intelligence and inner mastery. Imagine no longer being shaken by someone else's chaos. What would your life feel like then? As you watch, I invite you to reflect. What usually triggers you, and how can you transmute that into wisdom? Leave your thoughts in the comments, because your insight might be the light someone else needs. Let's begin. 1. Your reactions are your choice. Your reaction is your choice, your power, your turning point. You can either hand over your emotional sovereignty to someone else's words and behavior, or you can pause, observe, and reclaim your inner authority. The most powerful people aren't the ones who never get offended. They're the ones who know how to alchemize offense into insight. Every time someone provokes you, the universe is handing you a mirror, not a weapon. Most people swing that mirror like a sword, trying to defend their ego. But the wise ones stare into it and ask, what within me is responding so violently? What wound is asking to be healed? This is where true spiritual awakening begins, not in avoiding conflict, but in responding from consciousness rather than from pain. The ego seeks to react. It wants to prove, defend, and dominate. But the soul seeks to rise. It wants peace, not power. The difference between reaction and response is the difference between unconsciousness and spiritual intelligence. When you respond with awareness, you stop letting other people dictate your emotional weather. Just because someone storms into your day doesn't mean you have to get wet. You are not obligated to absorb the energy that others project. In fact, the most evolved souls are not the ones who control others, but the ones who master their own inner state regardless of what others do. Carl Jung's teachings remind us that what we see in others is often what we have yet to face in ourselves. So when someone disrespects you, gossips about you, ignores you, or even mocks you, it's not about them. It's about whether you will allow that to shape your inner world. In the modern age, we are surrounded by triggers, online, offline, in relationships, in traffic, at work. But every trigger is an invitation, a test of your alignment, not your tolerance. Choosing to respond with presence instead of reacting with pain is the mark of deep inner maturity. This doesn't mean being passive. It means being sovereign. It means you get to decide who enters your peace and what energy you give permission to alter your frequency. Emotional discipline is not suppression. It's spiritual clarity. It's the deep knowing that you no longer dance to the rhythm of someone else's dysfunction. The real flex is being able to walk away without closing your heart. The real power is being able to smile, not because you're weak, but because you've grown. This is not just a mindset, it's a vibration. And the more you choose it, the less the world can shake you. Because the one who cannot be disturbed cannot be controlled. And in that stillness, you meet yourself. Have you ever practiced pausing before reacting to protect your peace? If so, let us know how it's helped you. If not, comment, "I will pause before I react," to start cultivating emotional mastery with us. 2. Stop expecting others to behave like you. When you stop expecting others to behave like you set yourself free from one of the most draining emotional traps, the illusion of control. Carl Jung once said, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." That's not just a quote, it's a mirror. The anger, the offense, the disappointment you feel when someone acts carelessly, lies, betrays, or disrespects you isn't just about what they did. It's about the silent contract you wrote in your mind, believing they would act with your same values, your same level of intelligence, emotional depth, or spiritual wisdom. But they won't, and they're not supposed to. Expecting people to mirror your integrity is like trying to download advanced software into a system that hasn't been updated in years. Not everyone is designed to meet you where you are, and that's not arrogance, it's clarity. People behave based on their own level of consciousness, and when you force them into your mold, you begin to suffer not because of their actions, but because of your expectations. Spiritual awakening requires you to see clearly without needing to control. You must allow others the dignity of their own path, even when it collides with yours. You may have chosen healing, growth, awareness, but they may still be choosing projection, survival, or ego defense. You're not here to fix them. You're here to master your reaction to them. The true test of your evolution isn't how spiritual you sound, but how calm you remain when someone tries to pull you back into the chaos you've already outgrown. Detachment, in this case, is intelligence, not indifference. It is grace choosing itself. There will be people who misunderstand your silence as weakness, your peace as passivity, your distance as arrogance. Let them. Because your soul didn't come here to explain itself to people committed to misreading your energy. The deeper you go into your own healing, the more you realize that your power isn't in how you control others, it's in how you can serve yourself. You learn to walk away, not to prove a point, but to protect your frequency, not to punish them, but to preserve your power. You are not for everyone, and that is your superpower. The more you expect others to have your heart, your honesty, your effort, the more you drain yourself. Some people are not capable of meeting you, not because they're evil, but because they're asleep. Let them sleep. Let them go. Your peace is the highest form of intelligence. You don't need to be angry to be strong. You don't need to be reactive to be respected. The rarest kind of power is the kind that doesn't flinch. You are the calm in the storm, the stillness in the noise, the observer, not the reactor. When you stop expecting others to act like you stop giving them the power to shake your inner world. You begin to live from within, not from their behavior. That's not just maturity, that's sovereignty. Are you ready to stop expecting others to be just like you? If so, comment below, "I choose acceptance," to show your commitment to inner peace and emotional freedom. Let's grow together, one mindful choice at a time. 3. Let go of the need to always be right. The need to always be right is one of the most deceptive traps of the ego. It convinces you that control is strength, that dominance is intelligence, and that being heard is the same as being understood. But true spiritual development begins when you release that craving. You don't need to win every argument to be powerful. In fact, Carl Jung once said, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." What triggers you is not your enemy, it's your mirror. When someone challenges your belief or questions your viewpoint, your reaction reveals your level of inner peace. If you're quick to defend, to interrupt, to insist that they just don't get it, what you're really saying is that a part of you still needs external validation. That's not a flaw, it's a lesson. One that asks you to stop outsourcing your worth to other people's agreement. Spirituality teaches us that peace is greater than pride. Wisdom knows that silence is louder than noise. The moment you choose not to respond to provocation, not to explain yourself to be seen, not to argue to be right, you transcend the battlefield altogether. When you let go of the need to be right, you begin to access a different frequency of energy, one that is not about proving, but about preserving. You preserve your energy, your attention, your emotional state. You stop hemorrhaging power every time someone disagrees with you. And ironically, the more you detach from needing to convince others, the more magnetic and influential you become. People are drawn to those who don't flinch at disapproval, who don't collapse when misunderstood. That's the kind of presence that comes from true spiritual wisdom. It's not passive, it's powerful. Carl Jung reminded us that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. And for many of us, the unconscious desire to always be right is a symptom of deeper emotional wounds, times when we felt dismissed, unseen, silenced. But your healing does not come through loudness. It comes through stillness, through realizing that your worth is not conditional upon being understood. It's anchored in your essence, not your arguments. The more you practice this detachment, the more peace you experience in every area of your life. You stop taking things personally. You stop needing the last word. You begin to notice how many people live in constant mental battles, defending, justifying, correcting, without realizing they're draining themselves. And while others keep fighting to be right, you're choosing to be free. You're choosing peace over performance, awareness over approval. This is not a weakness. This is mastery. This is where spiritual intelligence becomes visible, not in how much you know, but in how little you need to prove. So when tension arises, let your calm lead. Let your energy stay neutral. Let your spirit remain grounded. That's how you protect your power. That's how you rise. If this message helped you release the need to always be right, take a moment to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. Let's keep growing in peace and understanding together. 4. Don't let others define your worth. People will try to define you through their own limitations, but their opinions are not your identity. The moment you allow others to determine your worth is the moment you hand over your spiritual authority. Carl Jung said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." Yet many people never live that truth because they're trapped in the loop of proving, pleasing, and performing. But you were not born to shrink to fit anyone's comfort zone. You were born to expand, to remember, and to protect the sacred energy that you carry. When someone criticizes or dismisses you, it's often their own shadow reacting to your light. That rejection you felt, it wasn't about your worth, it was about their wounds. Spiritual wisdom teaches us that projection is the language of unconscious pain, and your task is not to absorb it, but to witness it without letting it shake your foundation. In a world that constantly tries to monetize attention and manufacture insecurity, choosing to know your worth without external approval is a spiritual awakening in itself. It's not just about confidence, it's about reclaiming the power you gave away. You are not your job title. You are not your follower count. You are not your past mistakes or someone else's opinion of what's possible for you. Your worth is ancient. It existed before anyone had a name for it. And yet, if you keep waiting for the world to mirror it back to you, you'll always feel like something's missing. Stop waiting to be seen by people who were never meant to understand your frequency. The rarest souls are often misread by those who lack the spiritual depth to recognize divine presence in human form. Your energy is sacred, and part of honoring that sacredness is recognizing that not everyone is qualified to evaluate your value. Their misunderstanding is not your responsibility to fix. Their silence is not your cue to doubt. Their approval is not your gateway to begin. As long as you're measuring your identity by someone else's ruler, you'll remain disconnected from the inner compass that already knows the way. This is the deeper intelligence Jung pointed to the call to individuate, to separate your soul's voice from the collective noise. Your authenticity is not up for debate. Your peace is not up for negotiation. What's truly powerful is not being liked by everyone. It's being fully aligned with who you are, even when that scares people. You didn't come here to be a diluted version of yourself. You came here to walk like you know who you are, to speak like your truth matters, and to hold your spiritual posture even when no one claps. When someone tries to make you feel small, remember, you're not too much. They're just not prepared. You're not hard to love. They're just unfamiliar with depth. And you're not difficult. You're discerning. The more you honor your worth, the more you'll attract situations, opportunities, and relationships that reflect your frequency, not your fear. This is the moment you stop waiting for validation and start living from alignment. You are not who they say you are. You are who you remember yourself to be when the noise fades and the soul speaks. Let that voice be your guide. Let that knowing be your home. Let your worth be non-negotiable. If you're ready to stop letting others define your worth and take back your emotional freedom, comment below, "I define my own value." And if this message speaks to you, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts. Your voice matters here. 5. Set boundaries to protect your energy. When you begin to set boundaries, you are not pushing people away. You are inviting your highest self to rise. You are finally saying, "My energy is sacred," and that silent declaration changes everything. The moment you stop giving everyone open access to your mind, your time, and your emotions, you start to feel the return of your personal power. People might say you've changed, but what's really happening is that you're no longer available for your own disrespect. You've realized that constantly saying yes to others was a slow and quiet way of saying no to yourself. Carl Jung taught us that the soul becomes troubled not because of outer chaos, but because of inner betrayal when we abandon our truth to keep the peace, to be accepted, to avoid confrontation. But what if the real confrontation is with yourself? What if the war is within every time you smile when you're hurting, agree when you're unsure, or stay silent when your spirit is screaming? The most dangerous form of exhaustion is not physical, it's emotional. It's the slow drain that comes from unspoken boundaries, from relationships built on obligation instead of mutual respect. It's allowing guilt to become your compass and fear to become your script. You don't have to keep proving your goodness by tolerating what drains you. Spiritual wisdom begins the moment you understand that self-respect is the foundation of inner peace. Intelligence isn't just about knowing facts. It's about knowing yourself deeply enough to protect your energy like the rare force it is. When you allow too much access, you become too predictable, too convenient. But the more selective you become, the more magnetic you are. The more you choose intentional silence over forced performance, the more people begin to recognize your presence as something rare, something real. Boundaries are not barriers. They are bridges to a life where your needs matter just as much as your love. They are the invisible lines where your authenticity breathes, where your nervous system relaxes, where your peace returns. And yes, some people will test them. But every time you uphold them, you teach your nervous system safety. You teach your inner child protection. You teach the world how to treat you. This is emotional intelligence in action. It is the unseen spiritual awakening where you are no longer reacting. You are choosing intentionally who gets your presence, your story, your softness. Carl Jung reminds us that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. So if your life keeps repeating patterns of burnout, resentment, and overgiving, maybe it's not fate, it's a boundary that hasn't been drawn yet. You weren't born to absorb the chaos of others. You were born to radiate clarity. And clarity comes when you stop negotiating your worth, when you stop explaining your no, when you stop proving your right to be at peace. You don't need to become louder to be heard. You need to become clearer to be respected. Spiritual power is quiet. It is felt, not forced. And the more you protect your energy, the more that power begins to speak for you without saying a word. 6. Detach from the opinions of others. When you begin to truly evolve in your spiritual development, you reach a place where peace no longer comes from how others see you. It comes from how deeply you're rooted in your own being. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And yet so many people abandon themselves daily just to be accepted by others who don't even know how to accept themselves. You weren't created to bend under the weight of other people's opinions. You weren't born to seek approval from those who are still at war with their own reflection. Your soul came here for alignment, not applause. Every time you choose your truth over performance, you heal. Every time you choose presence over reaction, you grow. And every time you choose peace over proving yourself, you ascend into a higher level of emotional intelligence that cannot be disturbed by surface-level noise. This is the essence of real spiritual wisdom, not needing the world to validate who you are, because your self-worth is no longer on trial. You don't have to explain your soul to people who aren't listening. You don't have to prove your energy to people who cannot feel it. Detachment isn't a sign of weakness. It's the signature of those who are emotionally sovereign. You are no longer available to be defined by projections, misunderstood by those who cannot see past their filters, or drained by defending a truth that stands strong in silence. The deeper your spiritual awakening, the less interested you become in convincing anyone of your value. You learn that not reacting is an act of wisdom, not submission. That walking away from what disturbs your spirit is an act of sacred self-protection. That silence can be power, and detachment can be love. You realize that not every opinion deserves a response. Not every person deserves access to your peace, and not every moment requires a reaction. Emotional maturity is knowing the difference. There is no deeper spiritual wisdom than protecting your energy without guilt. In a world obsessed with noise, your calm will threaten those addicted to chaos. In a culture addicted to visibility, your ability to remain unseen but spiritually strong becomes a rare aura that speaks louder than words. And while others are busy fighting for attention, you'll be busy aligning with purpose. While they seek validation, you'll be deepening your truth. The moment you release the need to be liked is the moment you become free. That's when you understand that spirituality is not about performance. It's about presence. It's about being so whole within yourself that even when others try to misunderstand, dismiss, or criticize you, your peace remains untouched. That is your real power. That is your true spiritual development. If you're ready to stop living by other people's opinions and start standing firm in your truth, leave a like, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the notification bell so you won't miss content that helps you reclaim your inner power. Comment below. I release the need for approval. I am free. 7. Respond with silence, not anger. There is a quiet power in not reacting that speaks louder than any outburst. And in this stillness lies the essence of spiritual awakening. When someone attempts to provoke you, disrespects you, or tries to pull you into their chaos, your ability to remain calm is not a sign of weakness, but a reflection of deep spiritual maturity and emotional intelligence. Carl Jung taught that what irritates us in others is often a reflection of something unresolved within ourselves. And that's why silence becomes a sacred mirror. Instead of becoming a prisoner of your emotional triggers, you become the master of your internal state. And this shift changes everything. Anger is fast and shallow. It's the mind's impulsive attempt to defend the ego. But silence, that sacred pause, is deep, transformative, and sovereign. It is in that moment of restraint that your true power emerges, because when you stop reacting, you start choosing. And choice is the foundation of all spiritual freedom. People expect noise, explanation, retaliation, but when you meet aggression with presence, when you offer stillness instead of storm, your aura speaks what words cannot. This isn't about suppressing your emotions or pretending things don't affect you. It's about standing in your truth so powerfully that nothing external can shake your inner alignment. You no longer fight to be seen or understood, because you recognize that not everyone has the spiritual bandwidth to meet you where you are. That's why silence is not avoidance, it's selection. It's the conscious act of protecting your energy from those who cannot yet hold it. And in this energy, your peace becomes magnetic. You stop being reactive and instead become reflective. You don't argue with projections. You don't dance with dysfunction. You don't let temporary emotions make permanent decisions. You observe, you breathe, and you reclaim your power in the space where others lose theirs. Modern life is filled with noise, urgency, and triggers that test your presence every day. Online comments, traffic, family tension, workplace stress. But responding with stillness instead of outrage is not only revolutionary, it's the most elevated form of self-respect. Because every time you respond with silence instead of anger, you are not losing the moment, you are mastering it. You are transmuting emotional chaos into grounded wisdom, and that is the work of the awakened soul. You become the still water in the storm, the unshakable root beneath the surface, the calm eye at the center of your own inner hurricane. And while others may seek validation through loud reactions, you build quiet empires within. This is spirituality in action, not in rituals or robes, but in your ability to hold peace when the world offers you war. The one who chooses silence is not the one who loses the argument, but the one who refuses to lower their frequency to win it. If this message resonates with you, speak it into existence. I choose silence over anger. I protect my peace and respond with wisdom. If you feel the power in this, like the video, subscribe to our channel and turn on the notification bell so you never miss a moment of truth and growth. 8. Practice gratitude to dissolve anger. Carl Jung once said that even a happy life cannot be without a measure of darkness, and that truth becomes a guiding force when learning how to never get angry or bothered by anyone. The real alchemy begins not by resisting anger, but by transforming it, and the most underrated but spiritually intelligent way to do that is through the power of gratitude. When you're angry, it often means your mind is locked in a repetitive loop, obsessed with what should have happened, what someone should have said, or how things should have gone. But gratitude shatters that mental trap. It doesn't ignore the pain. It shifts your emotional posture from victimhood to spiritual power. You're not saying everything is perfect. You're saying, even in this moment, there's something sacred I refuse to overlook. That act alone brings spiritual wisdom into the body, quiets the nervous system, and reclaims your energy from the chaos of reaction. Anger feeds off the illusion that we've lost control. Gratitude reminds us that we still have power. The moment you choose to focus on what's still working, what you still love, what hasn't been taken from you, You interrupt the ego's urge to retaliate or defend. It's not weakness, it's emotional intelligence in motion. When someone disrespects you, you don't need to spiral into rage to prove your worth. You pause, ground yourself in what truly matters, and remember, my peace is not up for sale. That choice doesn't make you passive, it makes you spiritually untouchable. Carl Jung called this the individuation process, the sacred journey of unifying all fragmented parts of the self. And anger is just one of those fragments, crying out to be integrated, not indulged. In relationships, gratitude becomes a mirror that reflects growth instead of grudges. You start seeing the argument not as betrayal, but as a teacher. You begin noticing that every disappointment was preparing you for discernment. Every rejection was redirecting you to alignment. And every wound was waking you up to your own neglected power. This is spirituality in its rawest form, not floating above conflict, but learning how to rise through it without losing your center. Every thank you whisper in moments of frustration is a psychological reset, a declaration that you're more committed to your peace than to being right. That's not just maturity, it's magnetic prosperity. Science now backs what mystics have always known. Gratitude changes the brain. It rewires your focus, redirects your emotional patterns, and sharpens your spiritual vision. The more you practice it, the more emotionally resilient you become, not because life gets easier, but because your inner world gets stronger. You stop being so reactive to noise, comments, or behaviors that once triggered you, because you're living from a higher awareness that knows every external drama is an invitation to return inward. And when you live like that, anchored, awake, and unbothered, you don't just manage anger. You dissolve it. You turn what once consumed you into clarity. You become the kind of person who doesn't just seek peace, but embodies it, because you've made gratitude your default setting and your quiet rebellion. If you've made it this far, you're someone who chooses peace over anger. Drop a comment saying, "Gratitude is my power," to affirm your shift toward calm and clarity. Stay with us. Your journey to inner peace is only just beginning. 9. Reframe criticism as growth. When someone criticizes you, they're not just attacking your character. They're handing you a map to the parts of yourself that still need healing. Instead of recoiling in defense, pause and ask yourself what part of you is reacting. Carl Jung reminds us, everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. And within that idea lies the key to emotional freedom. Most people mistake criticism as rejection, but those on a path of spiritual development see it as revelation. When you no longer see critique as a threat, but as a mirror, your whole inner world changes. You stop giving away your power to the opinions of others, and instead use every uncomfortable moment as a tool for deepening your spiritual intelligence. You realize that not everything said to you is true, but everything that affects you emotionally is pointing to something within you that still seeks resolution. That's where the growth is. That's where real transformation begins. You can either protect your ego or evolve your soul, but you can't do both at the same time. When you choose spiritual growth, you commit to self-inquiry over self-defense. You ask questions like, why does this comment hurt me? What belief is it pressing against? What truth have I avoided facing? And in doing so, you strip away the illusions of identity that were built just to feel safe. Criticism then becomes sacred. It's no longer a wound, but a window. Every harsh word, every dismissive tone, every passive-aggressive jab becomes an opportunity to observe your emotional reflexes, not obey them. You begin to master your energy instead of leaking it through reaction. This is the difference between unconscious resistance and conscious refinement. One keeps you in loops, the other moves you forward. Not all criticism is valid, but all criticism is valuable when you are spiritually awake. You learn to discern. You sift through the projections, absorb the wisdom, and let go of what isn't yours without bitterness. You become calm, not because life is easy, but because your self-awareness is deep. You are no longer ruled by the need to be liked, the urge to retaliate, or the compulsion to explain yourself. You realize that inner peace isn't found by silencing others. It's found by silencing your attachment to being understood. And in that silence, power returns. You rise above the noise with grace. You move differently, not to avoid pain, but to alchemize it. That is the essence of spiritual wisdom. That is how you stop being bothered by anyone and start becoming a master of your own presence. This is not avoidance. It's the embodiment. You embody the truth that people's opinions are reflections of their own filters, not your reality. You hold space for your growth while releasing the need to convince. You realize that someone else's misunderstanding of you does not make you less whole. It only shows where they have yet to understand themselves. And with that understanding, you begin to treat criticism as data, not drama. You stop giving it authority and start using it as fuel. Your response is no longer about them. It's about you reclaiming every part of yourself that used to get shaken. This is spirituality in action. This is how your spiritual development turns wounds into wisdom, reaction into reflection, and discomfort into clarity. And once you learn to do that, you become emotionally untouchable, not because nothing is said about you, but because nothing said about you holds power over your peace. Don't forget to subscribe for more powerful insights on transforming criticism into a tool for growth. What once felt like rejection can become redirection if you're open to the lesson. Stick around. Your breakthrough starts with a shift in perspective. 10. Master the art of letting go. There is a quiet kind of intelligence that doesn't need to prove itself. It simply observes, lets go, and moves forward with grace. You don't need to win every argument or explain yourself to be at peace. Real spiritual wisdom lies in mastering the emotional space between what happens and how you choose to respond. Carl Jung once said, "I am not what happened to me. I am what I choose to become." And that choice begins the moment you stop giving people power over your nervous system. Emotional mastery isn't about suppressing feelings. It's about recognizing that not everything deserves your reaction. The more spiritually awakened you become, the more you understand that anger is often an invitation to engage in battles that drain your energy and disconnect you from your higher self. You don't have to accept every invitation to chaos. Some people come to trigger you, not to teach you, and your silence is the boundary they didn't expect. Letting go doesn't mean forgetting or pretending it didn't hurt. It means you've grown enough to honor what happened without being held hostage by it. Intelligence is knowing when to stay silent, when to walk away, and when to preserve your inner peace like sacred ground. You begin to feel it in your body when something no longer deserves a response. Your breathing slows, your heart softens, your spirit rises. That's the turning point. You realize that healing doesn't come from closure, it comes from self-respect. Jung reminded us that everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. So instead of chasing validation, you begin to ask, what is this reaction revealing about me? And from that space of self-awareness, you stop needing revenge, resolution, or recognition. You find power in restraint, not reaction. Letting go becomes your declaration of freedom. You no longer wait for the apology. You become at peace. You no longer try to change what cannot be controlled. You simply let it pass through you, like the wind, and you remain centered in your own stillness. You don't explain your silence. You wear it like armor. And in this stillness, you begin to magnetize everything that aligns with your intelligence and spiritual wisdom. You walk away, not because you're weak, but because you've outgrown the drama. You stop proving your worth because you've embodied it. You stop shrinking yourself to be understood because you've chosen to be whole. This is what it means to master the art of letting go, not to run away, but to rise above with power, precision, and peace. To affirm your commitment to inner peace, declare your release. Comment below, I choose to let go, to mark your moment of freedom, and inspire others to free themselves from what no longer serves them. And remember, your peace is a sacred power that no one can take unless you hand it over. As Carl Jung once said, everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. Let this be the moment you choose inner mastery over external reaction. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to like this video. Share it with someone who needs this spiritual reminder, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Tap the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming content on emotional intelligence, spiritual awakening, and Carl Jung's timeless insights. Until next time, stay calm, stay aware, and stay wise. You will never heal until you understand this about your mother. The bond with the mother is the first and deepest connection of our lives, but for many, it is also the source of our most profound wounds. Welcome back to Spiritual Wisdom. Today, we are diving into a truth that most people spend their entire lives running away from. The realization that your ultimate healing isn't found in changing your past, but in deeply understanding the spiritual blueprint of your relationship with your mother. To truly experience lasting happiness and personal growth, you must be willing to look beyond the surface of your upbringing and see the soul lessons hidden within. Before we begin, I want to hear from you. What is one painful or powerful thing that your relationship with your mother has taught you? Share your thoughts in the comments below, and let's create a space for collective healing. 1. You cannot heal without understanding your mother's unconscious influence. True healing begins the moment you realize that your mother is not just a person in your life, but a psychological blueprint that resides within your very soul, silently orchestrating the rhythms of your heart and the direction of your steps. To embark on a journey of spirituality is to recognize that we are often living out a script written by an unconscious maternal influence. And until we bring that influence into the light of conscious awareness, we remain prisoners of a past we didn't choose. This deep inner work is the cornerstone of a true spiritual awakening, as it requires us to look beyond the surface of our daily struggles and see the invisible umbilical cord that still feeds our insecurities, our fears, and our patterns of self-sabotage. You might spend years reading the most insightful self-help books, engaging in various forms of therapy, or even physically moving across the world to escape a toxic environment, yet find that the same shadows of inadequacy and emotional instability follow you wherever you go. This happens because, as many spiritual teachers suggest, our mother's image is the first mirror we ever looked into. If that mirror was cracked or distorted, we spend the rest of our lives seeing ourselves as broken without ever questioning the glass itself. The profound quote, "The daughter is the mother's shadow, and the son is her echo," reminds us that we often reflect on her unhealed wounds or repeat her unspoken grief, behaving like actors in a play where she was the director of our earliest internal scenes. Understanding this influence is not about casting blame or dwelling on resentment, but about achieving a state of clarity that allows you to differentiate between who she told you you were and who you actually are. Imagine your psyche as a garden where she planted the first seeds. Some were flowers of love, but many may have been the weeds of her own unfulfilled dreams or repressed anger. If you do not pull these weeds from the root, which is the unconscious image of the mother, they will continue to choke out your joy and stifle your growth, no matter how much you water the surface. This process of excavation is a vital part of your spiritual awakening, as it involves dismantling the mother object within you, that internal voice that criticizes you in her tone or makes you feel unworthy of success. To truly heal, you must realize that you have been viewing your relationships through a lens she polished, often seeking partners who either mimic her coldness or demand the same emotional labor she once required. By examining these patterns, you bridge the gap between your physical reality and your spirituality, recognizing that your soul's evolution depends on your ability to break these ancestral chains. It is like being a bird that has been kept in a cage so long that even after the door is opened, you remain inside because the idea of the cage has become your home. The mother's unconscious influence is that invisible cage. As you move forward, use these insights to weave a new narrative where you are the sovereign of your own emotions, acknowledging that while she gave you life, she does not have the right to define your worth. This realization creates a seamless flow of emotional liberation, allowing you to finally step out of her shadow and into the radiant light of your own authentic existence, ending the cycle of pain for yourself and the generations yet to come. Comment below. I choose awareness and healing if you are ready to understand your mother's unconscious influence and begin your true healing journey. 2. A mother is not just an individual, but a psychological archetype. To truly embark on a journey of profound healing and authentic spiritual development, you must first confront a truth that remains hidden in plain sight. Your mother is far more than just the individual woman who raised you. She represents a powerful psychological archetype that resides deep within your soul. According to the insights of Carl Jung, the mother is an archetype in the collective unconscious, a universal blueprint that possesses both nurturing and protective qualities, while simultaneously harboring the potential for control and manipulation. When you find yourself struggling with emotional wounds or recurring patterns in your relationships, you are often not just reacting to your biological parents, but to the immense symbolic meaning that the image of the mother holds deep in your mind. This realization is the cornerstone of spirituality because it shifts your focus from external blame to internal understanding, allowing you to see how this primal force has shaped your worldview and your sense of self-worth. You carry within you an internal map of what it means to be loved, protected, or perhaps even stifled. And these blueprints were etched into your psyche long before you had the words to describe them. To heal, you must recognize that your mother served as your first mirror, reflecting back to you an image of who she thought you were, which may or may not align with your true essence. If that mirror was cracked or distorted by her own unhealed shadows, you might still be looking at yourself through those same jagged edges today. Spiritual development requires you to separate the woman with all her human flaws, traumas, and limitations from the archetype itself, which is the source of life-giving energy and wisdom. By understanding this distinction, you begin to reclaim the power you once unconsciously handed over to her expectations or her judgments. You start to see that the deep affection or the painful friction you feel doesn't just come from specific actions she took, but from the massive weight of the symbols she carries in your subconscious. This is why you will never truly heal until you look past the physical person and address the archetypal mother who still lives in your heart, directing your choices and coloring your emotions. As you dive deeper into this work, you discover that the mother is the gateway to the earth, the body, and the subconscious mind. If your relationship with this archetype is fractured, your connection to your own intuition and physical reality may feel unstable. True healing happens when you stop waiting for her to change and instead begin to reparent the parts of yourself that were left wanting. You must become the nurturer you never had and the protector you always needed, effectively integrating the positive aspects of the archetype into your own being. This process isn't about ignoring the pain or excusing harmful behavior, but about stripping away the illusions that keep you tethered to a childhood version of reality. When you finally understand that she was merely a vessel for a much larger, more ancient energy, the grip of resentment begins to loosen, and you can finally step into your own sovereignty. You are no longer a child seeking validation from a source that might be empty. You are a conscious creator of your own life, grounded in the wisdom of your experiences and the strength of your spirit. By honoring the archetype while releasing the individual from the impossible task of being your everything, you clear the path for a level of peace and self-actualization that was previously unreachable, marking a pivotal turning point in your lifelong evolution. 3. A mother's gaze forms the foundation of your body's value. In the profound journey of self-discovery, you must come to realize that a mother's gaze forms the absolute foundation of your body's perceived value and your sense of worth in this world. This is not merely a biological connection, but a spiritual blueprint. For her recognition or her overwhelming demands during your earliest years became the first lens through which you learned to interpret your own existence. As the philosopher Ralph Waldo Emerson once said, "The men of the world are what their mothers made them," a sentiment that speaks to the inescapable weight of that primary reflection. When a child looks into their mother's eyes, they are searching for a mirror that says they are loved, safe, and inherently enough. However, when that gaze is insufficient, characterized by absence or emotional coldness, it leaves a void that the adult self tries to fill for decades. Conversely, if that gaze was excessive, intrusive, or controlling, it may have smothered your budding identity, teaching you that you only have value when you are meeting someone else's needs. This formative experience often manifests as an unconscious automaticity, a state where you move through life on autopilot, driven by a deep-seated fear of rejection that dictates your every move. You may find yourself trapped in a perpetual cycle of seeking external validation, characterized by an insatiable need for constant receiving, as if you are still that small child waiting for the emotional nourishment that was once withheld. This is where spiritual wisdom enters the healing process, teaching you that these patterns are not your true identity, but rather a survival mechanism born from a fractured foundation. If you do not address this core wound, you will continue to engage in automatic self-identification, viewing yourself through the distorted glass of your mother's limitations rather than the clarity of your own soul. This distortion bleeds into your adult relationships, where you might find yourself unconsciously recreating the same dynamics of neglect or overdependence, searching for a partner to finally provide the gaze that was missing in your youth. As Erich Fromm wisely noted, mother's love is peace. It need not be acquired. It need not be deserved. But when that peace is absent, the resulting inner turmoil becomes the engine of your anxiety. To truly heal, you must step out of this cycle and recognize that your value was never actually contingent on her ability to see you. Spiritual wisdom encourages you to understand that while your mother was the gatekeeper of your early reality, she was also a human being limited by her own unhealed shadows and history. By acknowledging that her gaze was a reflection of her own capacity and not a verdict on your worth, you begin to break the chains of automaticity and reclaim your sovereignty. You start to see that the feeling of not being enough is a ghost from the past, not a fact of the present. Moving forward requires a conscious effort to rewrite the internal dialogue that tells you that you must perform or disappear to be safe. It is an invitation to look within and provide for yourself that steady, loving recognition that was once the responsibility of another. Only when you stop looking back at that first mirror can you begin to see the magnificent reality of who you actually are, independent of the expectations and failures of those who came before you. Subscribe for more spiritual wisdom on how your mother's gaze shapes your sense of worth, your body, and your ability to truly heal. 4. The shadow of the mother continues to control you until it is integrated. Deep within the architecture of our psyche lies an invisible thread that connects our current choices our fears, and our deepest longings to the very first source of life we ever knew, our mother. This bond is more than just a biological or social connection. It is a spiritual imprint that dictates how we navigate the world long after we have left the nest. If you have ever felt an inexplicable sense of emptiness despite having a stable life, or if you find yourself perpetually trapped in a cycle of seeking external validation, you are likely dancing with what psychologists and spiritual seekers call the mother shadow. To truly step into your own power and experience a genuine spiritual awakening, you must first pull this shadow into the light of consciousness. For as long as it remains hidden, it acts as a silent puppeteer of your destiny. The shadow of the mother continues to control your emotional landscape until it is fully integrated into your conscious self, a process that requires both courage and a deep commitment to spirituality. When the image of the mother, not just the physical woman, but the psychological archetype she represents, remains outside of your awareness, you become a prisoner to patterns that feel like personality traits, but are actually survival mechanisms. You may find yourself constantly seeking the approval of others, acting like a performer on a stage where the audience's applause is the only thing keeping your self-worth afloat. This desperate need for a nod of agreement from the world is a direct echo of the child's primal need for maternal gaze. And without integrating this shadow, you will always feel like a fragment of a person rather than a whole being. This lack of integration manifests as a heavy, lingering guilt that arises whenever you dare to have an expectation that differs from what is expected of you, making you feel as though your very independence is an act of betrayal. Because you have not yet reconciled with the maternal energy within, you are likely to repeat controlling or dependent relationships, subconsciously recreating the familiar dynamics of your childhood in an attempt to finally win a different outcome. It is a haunting cycle where you feel empty even when your life appears successful on the surface, a void that no amount of material wealth or social status can fill. Carl Jung, the great explorer of the human soul, famously captured this dilemma when he stated, "What is not perceived controls you." This profound truth serves as a reminder that the parts of our history we refuse to look at are the very parts that drive our behavior from the darkness of the unconscious. To heal, you must move beyond the surface level of blame and instead look at the mother archetype as a mirror of your own internal landscape. This journey is not about pointing fingers at a person, but about reclaiming the energy you have projected onto them, allowing you to finally fill that inner emptiness with your own presence. As you begin this work, you start to see that the mother is the first window through which you view the universe. And if that window was cracked or clouded, your entire perception of reality remains distorted until you clean the glass. Integrating the shadow means acknowledging the ways you were nurtured and the ways you were neglected, holding both truths simultaneously without letting either define your future. This integration is the gateway to a true spiritual awakening, where you no longer look to the world to mother you, but instead learn to provide that infinite source of love and security from within your own spirit. By merging the perceived with the perceiver, the strings of the puppeteer are cut, and for the first time in your life, you are free to walk a path that is entirely your own, guided by wisdom rather than wounding. 5. Healing is not a fault, but seeing the mother as a human being. Healing begins the moment you stop looking at your mother as a god or a monster and start seeing her as a human being who was once a child herself, navigating a world just as confusing as the one you inhabit. Many of us carry a heavy burden of resentment or idealized longing, but true spirituality requires us to peel back these layers of projection to witness the raw, unfiltered truth of her existence. Carl Jung, one of the greatest explorers of the human psyche, did not suggest that you should cut your mother out of your life or dissect her mistakes with a cold, clinical heart. Instead, he taught the importance of bringing the image of the mother into consciousness. This means you must move beyond the mother myth and recognize the woman who exists beneath the titles and roles. To achieve real spiritual development, you must allow yourself to see everything, even the love that was missing, because acknowledging a void is the only way to begin filling it with your own self-compassion. You have likely spent years suppressing your true emotions because you were taught that honoring your parents meant ignoring your own pain. But you must realize that you are allowed to feel profound sadness and even burning anger without a single ounce of guilt. These emotions are not betrayals. They are signals from your soul that your inner child is finally being heard. By confronting these feelings, you break free from the exhausting work of maintaining a false narrative or viewing your mother solely as the culprit responsible for every one of your failures. When you stop casting her as the villain in your story, you simultaneously stop casting yourself as the permanent victim, which is a vital step in your journey of spirituality. You must understand that she likely inherited her own set of shadows and unhealed wounds from those who came before her, passing down a legacy of brokenness that she did not have the tools to fix. This realization does not excuse her actions, but it provides the context necessary for you to stop taking her limitations personally. As you integrate this awareness, you begin to dissolve the energetic chains that have kept you tethered to the past, allowing you to stand in your own power for the first time. The process of spiritual development is often painful because it demands the death of your illusions. Yet it is only through this death that your true self can be born. You are essentially reclaiming the energy you once spent on blame or desperate seeking and redirecting it toward your own growth. This shift in perspective transforms your relationship with your past from a prison into a schoolroom. You are no longer waiting for an apology that may never come, or a change in her behavior that she may be incapable of providing. Instead, you are taking full responsibility for your own heart, which is the ultimate act of spiritual maturity. By seeing her as a flawed person who struggled with her own demons, you grant yourself the permission to be a flawed person who is allowed to heal, grow, and eventually thrive beyond the reach of childhood shadows. Comment below. I see my mother as human. If you're ready to release blame, soften your heart, and begin true healing. 6. Personalization. Becoming your inner childcare provider. In order to truly begin your journey of profound emotional recovery, you must first confront a truth that many spend their entire lives running away from. You will never fully heal until you understand that the relationship you had with your mother set the blueprint for how you interact with the entire world. This is not about casting blame or dwelling on the past with bitterness, but rather about gaining the spiritual wisdom necessary to reclaim your own identity from the shadows of your upbringing. Most of us go through life wearing various intricate masks we crafted in childhood, specifically to please our parents or to ensure our survival in a family dynamic where our true selves did not feel safe. These masks eventually become so heavy that we forget who is actually underneath them. Yet the first step in your liberation is the conscious decision to eliminate these performances and stop living for an audience that may never give you the applause you crave. As the renowned psychologist Carl Jung once wisely noted, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." This fate often manifests in how you project your mother's image onto those around you. You might find yourself constantly seeking validation from your partner, your boss, or even your close friends, not realizing that you are actually asking them to fill a void that they are simply unequipped to handle. You are essentially looking for the mother in every room you enter, searching for that primary source of security in people who cannot possibly provide it. This projection keeps you trapped in a cycle of disappointment and external dependency, leaving you feeling like a child in an adult's body, forever waiting for permission to be happy. To break this cycle, you must undergo the vital process of reparenting, which means you must become your own inner child care provider and your own source of unconditional love. This requires you to sit with your inner child, that vulnerable part of you that still feels small, unheard, or unprotected, and offer it the very things you missed out on during your formative years. You must learn to listen to your own needs with the same intensity you once used to monitor your mother's moods, and you must protect your boundaries with a fierce maternal devotion. When you decide to become your own inner mother, you stop waiting for a phone call or an apology that may never come, and you start providing yourself with the safety and nurturance required for a soul to flourish. As Maya Angelou beautifully stated, "I am the human being surviving the wild, and I am the wild." This means you possess the inherent strength to nurture yourself back to wholeness without needing external permission. You have the power to stop the projection and start the introspection, realizing that the love you have been chasing out there has been waiting for you to cultivate it in here. By integrating this spiritual wisdom into your daily existence, you transform from a person who reacts to their past into a person who creates their own future. You are no longer a victim of a story you did not write. Instead, you become the conscious author of a life built on self-respect and authentic connection. This path is not easy, and it requires you to be patient with yourself as you unlearn decades of conditioning. But it is the only road that leads to true, lasting peace. You must remember that the goal is not to change the mother you had, but to change the relationship you have with yourself today. By becoming your own protector and listener, you ensure that your inner child finally feels seen, heard, and deeply loved by the one person who will never leave: you. This is the ultimate act of self-reclamation, a journey of 1,000 steps that begins with the single realization that you are already enough. 7. Once your mother's image is integrated, self-cultivation and self-worth are reborn. When the unconscious image of the mother is finally recognized and integrated, something fundamental shifts inside you. not as an idea, but as a lived experience that quietly restructures your inner world. You begin to see that many of your choices were never truly free. They were shaped by invisible expectations, inherited guilt, and a deep-seated belief that love had to be earned. Once this inner image is brought into awareness, choice itself changes. You no longer choose out of fear of punishment, abandonment, or disapproval. And you no longer carry the feeling that wanting something for yourself is somehow wrong. Decisions stop being moral negotiations with an internal judge and start becoming clear responses to what is true and necessary for your growth. This is what it means to choose without sin, not the absence of mistakes, but the absence of unconscious self-betrayal. As this integration deepens, relationships naturally reorganize themselves. They are no longer built on imbalance, emotional debt, or silent contracts where you give more in hopes of finally being chosen. You stop unconsciously recreating childhood dynamics, where love was conditional and safety depended on performance. Instead of attaching to others from a place of lack, you meet them from a grounded sense of self, which allows connection without dependency and closeness without loss of identity. You no longer confuse intensity with intimacy or sacrifice with loyalty, and you begin to recognize that healthy love does not require you to abandon your needs, mute your truth, or constantly prove your value. Boundaries form without hostility. Honesty replaces appeasement, and mutual respect becomes the foundation rather than an exception. This psychological shift is not limited to the mind. It is felt directly in the body. When the internalized mother image loosens its grip, the nervous system no longer has to stay in a constant state of alertness, scanning for signs of rejection or preparing defenses against imagined disappointment. The body becomes lighter because it is no longer holding decades of suppressed vigilance. The mind quiets because it is no longer rehearsing how to be acceptable, lovable, or safe. What once felt like your personality overthinking, anxiety, emotional exhaustion reveals itself as a survival response that is finally allowed to rest. In this space, your energy begins to return to you, and clarity replaces tension as your default state. The most profound transformation, however, occurs in how you relate to your own worth. You stop living as though love is something you must earn through achievement, obedience, or self-denial. The belief that you must deserve affection dissolves, and in its place arises a quiet knowing. You are already enough. This knowledge does not come from affirmation or external validation. It emerges naturally when the internal authority that once measured your worth is no longer in control. Self-cultivation is reborn at this stage, no longer driven by shame or the need to fix yourself, but by respect for who you already are. Growth becomes an act of alignment rather than self-correction, and discipline becomes a form of care rather than punishment. Within this shift, spirituality takes on a deeper and more grounded meaning. Practices are no longer used to bypass pain, suppress anger, or force forgiveness prematurely. Instead, spirituality becomes a tool for presence, discernment, and integration. You allow yourself to feel without collapsing and to observe without judging, which opens the door to genuine spiritual awakening rather than spiritual performance. You no longer rush healing to reach an imagined state of purity or peace. You allow transformation to unfold naturally as your inner world comes into balance. In this way, spirituality becomes embodied, expressed through how you choose, relate, and care for yourself in everyday life. As the mother image is integrated rather than denied or resisted, you reclaim authorship over your inner voice. It shifts from a demanding authority into a steady guide, one that supports rather than controls. Your standards rise without arrogance. Your compassion deepens without self-sacrifice, and your sense of self stabilizes without rigidity. Life begins to reflect this internal coherence. Relationships feel cleaner, choices feel calmer, and your presence feels rooted. Self-worth is no longer something you chase or defend. It becomes the ground from which you live, create, and connect, allowing both self-cultivation and spiritual awakening to emerge as natural expressions of wholeness rather than goals you are struggling to reach. To honor this moment of integration and renewal, affirm your commitment to self-cultivation and self-worth. Comment below, "I integrate and rise," to acknowledge your healing journey and inspire others to reclaim their inner wholeness. Healing your relationship with your mother isn't just about changing the dynamic between two people. It's about liberating your own soul. By understanding the spiritual lessons and ancestral patterns passed down through her, you reclaim your power and finally allow your inner child to find peace. Remember, your healing begins the moment you stop seeking validation and start seeking understanding. If this message resonated with you, please give this video a like and share it with someone who might need this wisdom today. To continue your journey of self-discovery, make sure to subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom and turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming insights. Thank you for watching, and stay mindful. How to connect with powerful people. As the ancient proverb wisely says, "He who walks with the wise grows wise, but a companion of fools suffers harm." Welcome back to Spiritual Wisdom, where today we are exploring a transformative approach to networking. How to connect with powerful people through the lens of spiritual alignment. True influence isn't just about who you know. It's about the energy you carry and the value you radiate. By applying these sacred principles to your daily interactions, you can shift from simply seeking connections to naturally attracting the mentors and leaders meant for your path. Before we dive in, I want to hear from you. What is the number one quality you admire in a leader? Let us know in the comments below. And let's start a conversation that elevates us all. 1. Power responds to leverage, not intention. Power does not respond to kindness, effort, or intention. It responds to leverage. You've been taught that being a good person, working hard, and showing loyalty would eventually get you noticed, but power is not sentimental. It's strategic. In the realm of influence, people do not ask, "Who is the kindest?" They ask, "Who can elevate what I'm building?" This realization is not about abandoning your values, but about stepping into a higher level of spiritual awakening, where you understand that value is the true language of connection. Powerful individuals do not need more friends. They need forces. They need stabilizers, protectors, vision expanders, and people who can think 3 moves ahead. If you want to move in rooms of influence, you must stop trying to be liked and start being useful in ways that are undeniable. Your intention means little if it doesn't translate into tangible impact. Spirituality is not passive. It's about alignment, clarity, and contribution. You're not here to hope someone sees your worth. You're here to become the kind of presence that shifts the dynamic of every room you walk into. Powerful people don't connect based on emotional appeal. They connect through utility, energy, and shared momentum. The question is not whether you're good enough. The question is whether you're positioned correctly. Are you offering clarity in chaos? Are you able to protect a vision under pressure? Are you the one who reflects their greatness without competing with it? If not, it's not personal. It's just misalignment. Spiritual awakening means shedding the need for approval and recognizing the value of your own essence. It means asking, how do I become essential to the mission, not just present in the room? Stop offering friendship and start offering solutions. Stop showing up with neediness and start showing up with answers. The people you seek to connect with are not waiting to be impressed. They're scanning for energy that reinforces theirs, for minds that solve problems before they arise, and for souls that move in silent precision. To access that level of connection, you must embody spiritual wisdom that's rooted in confidence, not performance. When you realize this, everything shifts. You stop chasing attention and start building presence. You stop hoping to be chosen and start becoming the one who cannot be ignored. Power gravitates toward what it needs to sustain itself. Be that source. Be that mirror. Be that grounded energy that doesn't need recognition, because your contribution speaks louder than your introduction. And most of all, let your spirituality not just be a belief, but a strategy. Do you recognize this truth? If you do, declare it boldly in the comments. I build real leverage, and power recognizes me. 2. Stop trying to be liked. Become an asset. Stop trying to be liked, because those in positions of real power are not looking for friendship. They're scanning for value. They don't wake up needing approval or companionship. They wake up needing clarity, speed, security, and leverage. If you walk into the room hoping to be seen, heard, or chosen, you've already surrendered your position. Connection at that level isn't built on authenticity alone. It's built on accuracy. You must understand what matters to them, what burdens them, what they're protecting, and what inefficiencies drain their time or energy, and then become the person who removes that weight without demanding attention. This is not about being fake. It's about being effective. Powerful people live in high-stakes ecosystems where every misstep costs them something: time, money, privacy, reputation. So they surround themselves with people who don't increase their risks, but quietly dissolve them. You don't rise by being agreeable. You rise by being irreplaceable. Be the one who simplifies the path, shortens the timeline, sharpens the decision, or strengthens the defense. They don't need entertainment. They need execution. They don't need praise. They need precision. If your presence brings noise, distraction, or emotional volatility, they will avoid you. But if your presence brings calm, focus, and trusted results, they will keep you in their orbit. This is why powerful people don't need more friends. They need solutions, protection, insight, or advantage. It's not just a quote, it's a standard. Every interaction becomes a test of, are you helping me move faster? Are you helping me think clearer? Are you protecting my energy, my privacy, my momentum? And here's where spirituality and spiritual development either elevate you or betray you. If you use spirituality as an excuse for being unprepared, inconsistent, or self-absorbed, your growth becomes performative and power will sense it. But if your spiritual development gives you groundedness, restraint, clarity of purpose, and emotional regulation, you become the kind of person who is trusted in rooms where silence is currency and loyalty is everything. Instead of demanding to be seen, you radiate the calm power of someone who doesn't need to be the loudest voice because they are the most useful presence. Instead of oversharing to prove your realness, you say what needs to be said with discretion and clean energy. Instead of chasing opportunities, you become the kind of person who opportunities gravitate toward. You move through the world with skill, intention, and stillness. You communicate briefly, listen deeply, and act strategically. Your value isn't declared, it's felt. And as you grow in wisdom, your reputation becomes a silent magnet for influence, for alignment, for elevation. This is the shift from being likable to being essential. It is the shift from being seen as extra to being seen as infrastructure. The lesson is simple, but transformative. Stop begging for access and start embodying the reason you should be trusted with it. 3. Never threaten their ego. Never threaten the ego of powerful people, because ego is the armor that protects their identity, their status, and the story they tell themselves about why they are where they are. When you challenge that armor directly, even unintentionally, you do not inspire respect. You trigger defense. Power responds first to safety, not to truth, talent, or good intentions. If you want access, influence, or alignment with those who hold authority, you must understand that making them feel superior, competent, and validated is not manipulation. It is awareness of human psychology guided by spiritual wisdom. This does not mean lying, shrinking, or pretending to be less than you are. It means choosing not to compete where competition is unnecessary and counterproductive. As Dale Carnegie observed, you can make more friends in 2 months by becoming interested in other people than in 2 years by trying to get other people interested in you. And this principle becomes even more critical when dealing with power, because powerful people are constantly scanning for threats, rivals, and hidden challengers. When you outshine a powerful figure openly, correct them publicly, or position yourself as the smartest person in the room, you may win the argument, but you lose the relationship. Power does not reward those who expose it. It protects those who reinforce it. This is why subtle validation is far more effective than direct confrontation. Reflect their ideas back to them, expand on their vision, and let them feel that their intelligence is the source of progress. In doing so, you are not surrendering your influence, you are planting it. Lao Tzu captured this perfectly when he said, "The best leaders are those the people hardly know exist," and the same applies to those who move close to power. The less you announce yourself, the more room you are given to stay. Spiritual wisdom teaches that influence works quietly, beneath the surface, long before it ever becomes visible. Powerful people do not need more friends, praise, or admiration. They need mirrors that reflect competence, loyalty, and discretion. When they feel safe around you, when they sense that you are not trying to replace them, embarrass them, or rise at their expense, their guard lowers. That lowered guard is where access is born. Napoleon Bonaparte once remarked, "A soldier will fight long and hard for a bit of colored ribbon." reminding us that recognition and validation are often stronger motivators than logic or morality. The same truth applies at the highest levels of influence, where ego is not a flaw, but a structural necessity. This approach requires emotional discipline because your own ego will want recognition, credit, and visibility. If you cannot regulate that impulse, you will unconsciously sabotage your position. Carl Jung warned, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And in this context, unexamined pride becomes the very force that blocks your progress. When you learn to hold your strength without displaying it prematurely, you become someone powerful. People trust rather than fear. They sense that you are an asset, not a liability, someone who protects their image rather than threatens it. Feeding vanity does not mean flattery. Flattery is obvious, shallow, and transactional, while genuine validation is subtle, specific, and rooted in observation. Acknowledge their insight without exaggeration. Respect their authority without submission, and support their vision without erasing your own. Safety always comes before access, because no one in power opens doors for those who make them feel replaceable or diminished. They keep close to those who make them feel expanded, understood, and secure. When you embody spiritual wisdom, you realize that the highest form of influence is not dominance, but alignment, not noise, but presence, and not proving your brilliance, but knowing when to let others feel brilliant while you quietly gain trust, proximity, and long-term influence. Comment below. I honor power without threatening ego. If you're ready to connect with powerful people through wisdom, respect, and inner strength. 4. Conceal your intentions and create mystery. Desperation carries an unmistakable energy, one that instantly pushes powerful people away. It reveals itself in the way you speak too much, share too quickly, and try too hard to prove your worth. In the realm of influence, those who crave validation are seen not as allies, but as liabilities. Power moves toward self-containment, not self-exposure. That's why one of the deepest forms of spiritual awakening is learning to conceal your intentions not out of manipulation, but out of spiritual wisdom and inner mastery. When you become unreadable, not by being cold, but by being composed, you shift the dynamic in any room. Instead of chasing attention, you command curiosity. Silence becomes your strength. Mystery becomes your gravity. People begin leaning in, not because you're trying to impress them, but because they can't quite figure you out, and that makes you unforgettable. Powerful people don't seek more friends. They seek value, alignment, and protection of their energy. When you walk in broadcasting what you want, you surrender the sacred leverage that comes from detachment. But when you withhold your desires, you give them something far more compelling, an energetic puzzle. They begin to wonder what you know, who you are, and why you're not trying to prove yourself. In this space, power becomes intrigued. This is not about pretending to be someone you're not. It's about understanding the spiritual truth that your presence is more impactful than your pitch. Those who truly embody their purpose rarely feel the need to explain it. They let their essence speak first. This level of restraint is a practice rooted in both ancient spirituality and modern strategy. From the Stoics to the sages, it has always been known. Those who can master themselves gain mastery over the room. Concealing your intentions doesn't mean hiding your authenticity. It means guarding your energy with discernment. It means allowing others to reveal themselves before you offer anything. It means not mistaking early access for earned trust. When you practice this form of spiritual discernment, you no longer feel the urge to be chosen because you have already chosen yourself. You stand complete, not waiting for permission to be seen. And in this state of grounded presence, powerful people don't just notice you, they respect you. Every relationship becomes a mirror. If you present yourself as empty and needy, you reflect back scarcity. If you present yourself as whole and aligned, you reflect back power. Mystery activates the law of polarity. It draws others in by creating space. Space to wonder. Space to observe. Space to earn access to your inner world. And this, ironically, is what creates connection, not proximity, but magnetism. In spiritual terms, this is the energy of sovereignty. It's knowing that your worth is not up for negotiation, that you are not here to be consumed, but to be discovered slowly by those with the depth to appreciate you. Concealing your intentions is not deception, it is devotion to your own energy. It is choosing to let your spirit do the talking before your mouth ever does. And that, in the world of influence, is true spiritual wisdom. 5. Appeal to self-interest, not mercy. Never appeal to mercy when trying to connect with powerful people and appeal to self-interest. In a world driven by influence and leverage, sympathy holds no lasting weight. If you present yourself as someone seeking help, favors, or understanding, you risk being seen as a liability rather than an ally. Power doesn't respond to emotion. It responds to utility, clarity, and value. Your first task is to position yourself as someone who brings solutions, not needs. Speak in the language of their problems, not the language of your personal desires. Understand what drives them, what goals they pursue, what obstacles they face, what fears they want to eliminate. Then offer something that meets them at that level: insight, skills, strategies, or connections that serve their vision. When you show that you get their world and can contribute to it, you move from being just another person seeking attention to someone they can't afford to ignore. Powerful people do not need more friends. They need assets. They need strategic allies, protectors, fixers, and mirrors who can reflect blind spots and amplify their influence. When you offer that, you're no longer competing for approval. You're stepping into relevance. As the saying goes, it is better to be needed than liked. Being liked is emotional and fleeting. Being needed creates a foundation of lasting value and respect. This principle aligns deeply with true spirituality. Spirituality is not about shrinking yourself, begging for acceptance, or hoping someone sees your goodness. It's about spiritual development, the inner growth that teaches you how to walk on purpose, offer value, and communicate from clarity. When you understand your worth and stand in your strength, you stop asking for a seat at the table. You bring something to the table. Approaching people with empty hands or emotional appeals drains both parties. But approaching them with aligned value activates trust, curiosity, and possibility. Whether it's a fresh solution to their problem, a new way of seeing, or simply a stabilizing presence, your offering must speak directly to their mission. When it does, connection becomes natural, not forced. Leave a like, subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and turn on the notification bell so you don't miss powerful insights like this on influence, spirituality, and spiritual growth. If you're ready to connect with powerful people by understanding value, not begging for mercy, affirm it in the comments by typing, "I bring value and abundance flows to me." 6. Use scarcity and strategic absence. Over-availability quietly signals low value, no matter how capable, intelligent, or well-intentioned you are. And if you truly want to connect with powerful people, you must understand that power responds to presence with boundaries, not constant access. When you make yourself endlessly available, you unconsciously communicate that your time is abundant and therefore expendable. But when you respect your own schedule, protect your energy, and choose when to engage, your presence begins to carry weight. As Seneca observed, it is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste much of it. And powerful people instinctively recognize those who treat time as a sacred resource rather than something to be given away freely. Strategic absence is not manipulation or emotional distance. It is the natural outcome of having a full, grounded life that does not revolve around anyone else's validation. When you withdraw intentionally instead of hovering, you create psychological space, and that space allows curiosity, respect, and appreciation to grow. People value what is not always available, not because of scarcity alone, but because selectivity suggests self-mastery. Those who move with quiet confidence, who know when to step back without explanation, signal that their identity and purpose are anchored internally, not dependent on external approval. Maintaining a life independent of powerful people is essential because attachment weakens perception, while self-containment strengthens it. When your happiness, direction, and sense of meaning exist outside of their attention, you become intriguing rather than predictable. Lao Tzu captured this truth when he said, "When you let go of who you are, you become who you might be," pointing to the power that emerges when you release the need to always be seen or needed. Absence allows others to feel your impact rather than be overwhelmed by your presence, and this subtle restraint keeps you psychologically relevant. Strategic absence also preserves your energy and sharpens your communication. When you are not constantly available, your words carry more clarity, your responses feel intentional, and your silence itself becomes expressive. Carl Jung noted, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakens." And this inward anchoring is what prevents you from chasing attention or over-explaining your value. Powerful people recognize those who cannot be rushed, pressured, or emotionally pulled off center, because such individuals operate from inner stability rather than fear of loss. Scarcity, when guided by spiritual wisdom, is not about withholding or superiority. It is about discernment. It is choosing depth over noise, alignment over urgency, and presence over performance. When you stop responding to everything immediately, stop showing up everywhere, and stop proving your worth through availability, you naturally elevate your perceived value. In doing so, you align with those who understand power at its core, not as dominance, but as self-command, psychological balance, and respect for one's own time and energy. 7. Mirror their identity and fantasy. Powerful people aren't seeking more friends. They're seeking reflections of their identity and extensions of their vision. If you want to form meaningful bonds with them, the key lies in mirroring their self-concept, not mimicking it, but affirming what they already believe about themselves and the role they're here to play. People crave confirmation of their worldview and identity, and when you align your presence with that deeper image, they feel seen, not flattered. Match their communication style with precision. Speak directly to the leader with clarity and confidence, to the visionary with bold ideas, and to the rebel with fearless truth. Spirituality teaches us to see beyond surface impressions into the soul of a person, and this is where spiritual awakening becomes essential. You're not just adapting behavior, you're tuning into frequency. Just like tuning a radio, your goal is to find the station they're broadcasting on and meet them there without distorting your own signal. When someone sees themselves reflected in you, not in flattery, but in sincere alignment, they naturally feel safer, more understood, and more likely to draw you into their circle. A powerful person who sees you as a mirror of their identity or values will instinctively want to keep you close because you affirm the story they're building about themselves. The leader feels stronger with your support. The savior feels more purposeful with your acknowledgement, and the rebel feels validated in their challenge. This is not manipulation, it's resonance. By noticing how they speak, what they value, what they protect, and what they attack, you gain insight into their inner map. And when you speak from that map, you become relevant. Offer words that fit the way they see the world. If they value legacy, highlight long-term thinking. If they value precision, offer clarity and order. If they thrive in disruption, speak to the fire of change. People don't connect with your facts. They connect with how your presence makes them feel about who they are. By reflecting someone's chosen identity, especially the role they are aspiring to step into, you activate the deeper psychology of belonging and loyalty. It's not about acting, it's about attunement. This is spiritual wisdom in action, using your awareness not to control, but to harmonize. True influence doesn't require loudness, it requires alignment. And the moment you stop trying to prove your worth and start reflecting on theirs, you enter a higher level of connection, one that doesn't chase power, but understands it, honors it, and channels it with grace. 8. Maintain radical autonomy. Radical autonomy is the quiet strength that reshapes how you are perceived by powerful people. Because the moment you stop needing them, your energy shifts from seeking to standing. When you are whole within yourself, independent in your choices, clear in your values, and emotionally prepared to walk away, your presence carries a natural authority that cannot be imitated. This is not about pride or emotional distance, but about inner completeness, a state where you no longer rely on external approval to feel secure. In spirituality and advanced spiritual development, this inner wholeness is seen as a sign of maturity because you are no longer fragmented by fear, desire, or the need to be chosen. You show up as someone who chooses, not someone who waits to be chosen. Powerful people live in a world filled with requests, expectations, and subtle forms of dependency, so they become instinctively aware of who needs them and who does not. When you approach them without hunger, without trying to impress, and without shrinking your identity, you immediately stand out. You are no longer performing for acceptance. You are simply present, grounded, and self-directed. This absence of need creates psychological space, and space is rare and valuable in environments driven by control and leverage. True connection with power happens between equals, not dependents, because equality is not measured by status or resources, but by inner posture. When you know that your life remains intact, whether this connection continues or ends, you communicate freedom, and freedom is deeply magnetic. The willingness to walk away is not a threat or a tactic. It is a reflection of self-respect. When you can disengage without resentment, remain calm without attachment, and say no without guilt, you demonstrate emotional sovereignty. This is where spiritual development becomes practical rather than abstract, because it teaches you how to remain centered even when influence, opportunity, or recognition is within reach. Powerful people are drawn to this steadiness because it mirrors the inner discipline they must maintain to survive their own responsibilities. They recognize, often unconsciously, that you cannot be easily manipulated, pressured, or owned, and that recognition creates respect before words ever do. Radical autonomy also purifies your intentions. When you no longer need something from someone, your interactions become cleaner, more honest, and more direct. There is no hidden contract beneath your kindness, no emotional debt being formed through proximity, and no pressure attached to your presence. This clarity builds trust faster than charm or flattery, because trust is born where motives are transparent. In the language of spirituality, this is alignment, when your inner state and outward behavior match, and powerful people sense this congruence immediately. They may not name it as spiritual development, but they feel it as reliability, discernment, and inner strength. Engaging from choice rather than necessity changes the entire dynamic of connection. You listen differently, speak more precisely, and respond instead of reacting. You are no longer trying to secure a place. You are evaluating whether the connection aligns with who you are becoming. This internal shift subtly reverses the balance of energy, because the less you seek access, the more access appears naturally. Autonomy signals that you value your freedom more than proximity to influence, and paradoxically, this makes your presence more desirable. You are not competing for attention. You are offering stability, perspective, and calm, qualities that powerful people often lack in their inner circles. The deeper lesson of radical autonomy is that power cannot be approached from emptiness without costing you something essential. By cultivating independence first, you protect your dignity, sharpen your discernment, and anchor yourself in a sense of worth that does not fluctuate with external validation. Spiritual development teaches that true strength begins within, and when that strength is embodied, connection becomes mutual rather than transactional. The practical message is clear. Build wholeness before seeking influence. Value freedom over approval. Maintain the ability to walk away without bitterness, and let your autonomy speak for you. Because when you do not need power to complete you, you finally meet it as an equal. To conclude, connecting with powerful people is not about trying to be liked, seen, or accepted. It's about understanding the nature of power itself. Power responds to clarity, value, and presence, not effort or good intentions. When you stop chasing approval and start becoming someone who brings leverage, insight, and emotional stability, the right people naturally recognize you. True influence begins within, and when your inner world is aligned, your outer connections shift effortlessly. If this message resonated with you, please like this video, Share it with someone who needs this insight, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more content on spirituality, influence, and inner transformation. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos on spiritual wisdom and personal power. Nine types of people who hate loners. You're triggering them without knowing. Aristotle once said, "Whosoever is delighted in solitude is either a wild beast or a god." But if you are someone who finds peace in your own company, you've likely noticed that your silence often makes others incredibly loud. Welcome back to Spiritual Wisdom, where today we are diving deep into a fascinating psychological and spiritual phenomenon: the 9 types of people who are actually triggered by your solitude. Whether it's your self-sufficiency that intimidates them, or your inner stillness that mirrors their own chaos, you are likely affecting people in ways you don't even realize. As we explore these insights, I encourage you to reflect on how these dynamics play out in your own journey toward personal growth and happiness. Have you ever felt judged or misunderstood simply for preferring your own space? Let us know your story in the comments below. Your perspective might be exactly what someone else needs to hear today. Type 1. Validation addicts. In the profound journey of spirituality, one of the most jarring realizations is that your inner peace can inadvertently feel like a threat to those who are still trapped in the frantic noise of external validation. There exists a specific archetype, the validation addict, whose entire sense of identity is constructed upon the shifting sands of other people's opinions and constant emotional feedback. To these individuals, your quiet confidence and your choice to embrace solitude are not viewed as healthy personality traits. Instead, they are perceived as acts of defiance or a cold rejection of their very existence. This friction often intensifies during a spiritual awakening, as your frequency begins to shift away from superficial social performances and toward a state of authentic self-sufficiency. Because you no longer participate in the wearying exchange of social pleasantries or the performative interactions that fuel their ego, your silence becomes a vacuum that they desperately try to fill with anxiety. The validation addict lives in a state of perpetual hunger, constantly scanning their environment for praise, nods of approval, and the reassurance that they are enough. When they encounter a loner, someone who has found a sanctuary within themselves, it disrupts their entire internal economy. They might wonder why you aren't reacting to their presence or providing the emotional hit they require to feel visible, leading them to believe that your stillness is a loud, unspoken critique of their own neediness. As the metaphor goes, a quiet mind acts as a mirror to a noisy soul. By refusing to feed their ego, you force them to look at the emptiness they have been trying to outrun through constant social busywork. To the person who needs a crowd to feel alive, your ability to sit in a room alone without seeking a compliment feels like a superpower they cannot comprehend, making them interpret your lack of participation as arrogance or elitism. They operate on a belief system where value is only created through the eyes of others, whereas you have learned that true value is an internal resonance that requires no audience. This disconnect creates a palpable tension as your self-reliance exposes the fragility of their self-worth, making them resent the very peace you have worked so hard to cultivate. You must understand that their discomfort is rarely about your actions and almost always about the reflection you provide of their own lack of an inner foundation. In the realm of spirituality, you learn that you cannot be the constant source of oxygen for a gasping ego, nor should you feel guilty for the silence that serves as your sacred space. Your solitude is a temple of self-reflection that they are not yet equipped to enter, and their hostility is merely a defense mechanism against the realization that they are disconnected from their own spirit. By maintaining your boundaries and continuing to embrace your loner nature, you are demonstrating that it is possible to be whole without external scaffolding. Though they may label you as difficult or antisocial, you must remain anchored in your truth, recognizing that the friction they feel is simply the sound of their social masks cracking against the weight of your authenticity. Type 2. Social dominators. When you choose to embrace the life of a loner, you are not merely selecting a social preference. You are stepping into a profound journey of spirituality that often acts as an unintentional disruptor to the world around you. This is particularly true when you encounter social dominators, those individuals who survive and thrive on the rigid structures of hierarchy, control, and the constant feeding of their ego through public attention. To these people, the world is a stage where everyone must play a specific role to keep their spotlight burning bright. Yet your self-imposed distance shatters the illusion of their authority. Your spiritual development has likely led you to a place where you no longer crave the hollow validation of social standing. And this indifference is exactly what triggers a deep, visceral resentment within the dominator. They view the social landscape as a ladder, and by refusing to even stand on the bottom rung, you are effectively telling them that the ladder they have spent their lives climbing doesn't actually exist. As the powerful saying goes, the lion does not turn around when a small dog barks, and your refusal to react to their posturing or compete for their favor leaves them feeling powerless and exposed. You are triggering them without saying a word because your peace is not dependent on their permission, and your silence denies them the energy they need to sustain their perceived dominance. This friction occurs because your autonomy is a direct threat to the psychological currency of the social dominator who requires submissiveness from others to feel significant. While they are busy measuring their worth by how many people they can influence or command, you are busy cultivating an internal sanctuary that requires no external architect. This level of self-sufficiency is a hallmark of high-level spirituality, as it proves that you have found a source of fulfillment that is independent of the material or social world. When you walk into a room and remain unbothered by the power plays and whispers of the elite, You are inadvertently holding up a mirror to their insecurity, showing them that their power is a fragile construct that only exists if others agree to believe in it. They may attempt to label your solitude as arrogance or your quietness as a character flaw, but these are merely defensive mechanisms designed to protect their own ego from the realization that they cannot control you. You must understand that their anger is actually a form of unintentional praise. It is a recognition that you possess a level of freedom they cannot comprehend. By staying true to your path of spiritual development, you transform from a mere observer into a beacon of truth that exposes the emptiness of social vanity. Your indifference is not a weapon you use against them, but a byproduct of your commitment to a higher frequency of living, one where the soul is governed by internal light rather than external shadows. Are you ready to stop shrinking yourself to fit their hierarchy? If this message resonated, comment below. I choose inner sovereignty and claim your freedom from social domination. Type 3. Mind readers, control types. When you choose the path of the loner, you are inadvertently engaging in a profound act of rebellion against the modern social order, particularly against those who operate as psychological mind readers or control-oriented types. These individuals function on the belief that knowledge is power, and specifically that knowledge of your internal state gives them a sense of security and dominance. In the realm of spiritual wisdom, your preference for privacy is not seen as a deficit, but as a sacred fortification of your energy. Yet to a control seeker, this boundary feels like an impenetrable wall that triggers their deepest anxieties. They rely on the predictability of others to navigate their own lives. They need to see your cards, understand your motivations, and anticipate your reactions to feel that they are in command of the social environment. When you remain a mystery, you effectively strip them of their compass, leaving them feeling exposed and powerless in the face of your self-sufficiency. As the philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche once observed, the individual has always had to struggle to keep from being overwhelmed by the tribe, and by embracing your solitude, you are winning that struggle in a way that feels intensely threatening to those who need the tribe to be transparent and compliant. Your quietude acts as a mirror that reflects their own internal chaos back at them, forcing them to realize that they cannot influence what they cannot access. These control types often mask their insecurity with a facade of concern or curiosity, yet their true motivation is the need to eliminate the unknown variable that you represent. Because you do not seek their validation or participate in the typical social exchanges of gossip and oversharing, you disrupt the invisible hierarchy they attempt to build. In their eyes, your silence is not just peace. It is a tactical withdrawal that they interpret as a form of hidden judgment or a secret plot. This is where the beauty of spiritual wisdom becomes vital for you to understand, as it teaches that the discomfort of others is a reflection of their own spiritual fragmentation rather than a flaw in your character. You are providing them with a rare opportunity to confront their own need for control, even if they respond with resentment or labeling you as difficult or unreadable. The friction you experience with these types is actually a sign of your growing energetic strength, as you are no longer vibrating at a frequency that allows for easy manipulation. By staying centered in your own being, you are essentially telling the world that your internal peace is not up for negotiation and that you do not require a witness to feel whole. This self-contained nature is the ultimate nightmare for someone who thrives on reading people, because there is nothing for them to latch onto, no hooks of insecurity or mirrors of vanity to exploit. As Lao Tzu famously said, "He who knows others is wise. He who knows himself is enlightened." And your journey into solitude is an enlightenment that bypasses the need for external surveillance. Every time you choose your own company over a hollow social obligation, you are reinforcing a boundary that protects your soul from being micromanaged by those who are afraid of what they cannot predict. You must realize that your refusal to be an open book is a powerful filter, naturally repelling those who only know how to love what they can control, and making space for the few who can respect the sacred depth of a quiet heart. Have you ever noticed people trying to control or interpret your silence? If this resonated with you, share your experience in the comments so others can learn from it. And if you're ready to reclaim your inner freedom, comment, "I choose my own truth," and walk this journey of self-awareness with us. Type 4. Bullies. When we observe the world through the lens of spirituality, we begin to see that solitude is not a void, but a reservoir of immense power that often unsettles those who are still shackled by their own insecurities. Bullies are the first to react with hostility toward the independent soul, because their entire psychological framework is built upon the fragile foundation of social dominance and the desperate need for external validation. They actively target anyone who appears independent and unsupported, mistakenly perceiving your quiet self-reliance as a sign of weakness or social rejection. What they fail to comprehend is that your isolation is a conscious choice, a sacred space where you cultivate your spiritual awakening, and this lack of a tribe makes you an unpredictable variable in their controlled environment. They hate the fact that you do not need the group to feel significant, as your very existence proves that one can be whole without the permission of the collective. This triggers a deep-seated resentment because the bully is, in reality, the person most dependent on others. They require a victim to feel powerful and a gang to feel safe. When you walk alone with a sense of purpose, you are essentially holding up a mirror to their cowardice, showing them that their power is an illusion that only works on those who fear being alone. This dynamic brings to mind the old story of the lion and the hyenas. While the hyenas must hunt in a pack and create a cacophony of noise to feel brave, the lion is perfectly comfortable walking the plains in silence, confident in his own skin. Your silence is that roar. It communicates a level of self-mastery that the bully can only dream of. And because they cannot break your spirit or force you to beg for their acceptance, they resort to labels and aggression to mask their own feelings of inadequacy. In the realm of higher consciousness, we understand that hurt people, and the bully's vitriol is merely a projection of their own internal chaos. They are triggered by your lack of neediness because it robs them of their leverage. If they cannot threaten you with exclusion, they have no way to manipulate your emotions or your actions. This independence is a hallmark of a true spiritual awakening, where the soul realizes that the only approval worth seeking is the one found within. By refusing to participate in their hierarchy of drama, you become a glitch in the matrix of their social control. Furthermore, The bully's hatred is often fueled by a subconscious realization that your solitude is a form of protection. While they are busy maintaining a persona to fit into a group, you are stripping away the masks to discover your authentic self. This authenticity acts as a natural repellent to those who live in falsehood. They see your independence as a silent judgment of their dependency. And since they lack the tools to find peace within themselves, they try to destroy the peace they see in you. You are triggering them without even speaking a word, simply by proving that a human being can be happy, stable, and secure without the constant noise of a social circle. Every attempt they make to diminish you is actually a testament to your strength. They wouldn't try so hard to pull you down if you weren't already standing on a higher ground of self-awareness. As you continue to walk this path, understand that the friction you experience is a sign that your frequency no longer matches the low vibration tactics of those who seek to control others through fear. Your solitude is your fortress, and your refusal to be intimidated is the ultimate expression of a spirit that has finally found its home within itself. Type 5. Gossipers. When you walk through life with a quiet confidence and a preference for your own company, you unintentionally become a mirror that reflects the deepest insecurities of those around you, especially the gossipers. These individuals operate on a social currency fueled by the constant exchange of drama, secrets, and private information, seeing the world through a lens where everyone must be an open book for their entertainment. Your refusal to participate in these toxic cycles of hearsay doesn't just make you an outsider. It makes you a profound mystery that they find deeply unsettling and even suspicious. In the realm of spirituality, your silence is a fortress. Yet to those who thrive on noise, that same silence feels like a judgment or a hidden agenda. You are triggering them without saying a single word because your self-sufficiency proves that one can exist happily without the cheap dopamine hits provided by tearing others down. This friction is a vital marker of your spiritual development, as it highlights the gap between a soul that seeks truth and a mind that seeks distraction. By choosing not to feed the beast of public opinion, you are reclaiming your narrative and refusing to let your identity be dismantled and reconstructed by people who do not even know themselves. The gossiper views your privacy as a personal affront because it denies them the power they crave, the power to know, to judge, and to categorize you. When you do not offer up your life for consumption, you effectively starve their ego, leading them to fill the void with their own fearful projections and manufactured stories. You must understand that their hostility toward your loner nature is actually a confession of their own inability to sit in silence with their own thoughts. Your presence serves as a constant, uncomfortable reminder that there is a higher way to live, one rooted in integrity and internal peace rather than external validation and social maneuvering. As you deepen your commitment to your path, you will realize that being the subject of their whispers is actually a badge of honor, signifying that you have successfully detached yourself from the hive mind of negativity. This isolation is not a punishment, but a sacred space where you can cultivate your energy without the interference of those who would rather talk about people than ideas. By remaining steadfast in your solitude, you are teaching a silent, powerful lesson about the value of boundaries and the beauty of a life lived with intention. Every time you walk away from a group session of character assassination, you are reinforcing your own spiritual boundaries and protecting the sanctity of your inner world. The gossiper's world is small, limited by the boundaries of what others are doing. But your world is vast because it is built on the foundation of self-discovery and authentic connection to the universe. Do not be swayed by their attempts to label your mystery as malice or your independence as arrogance. Instead, view their suspicion as a clear sign that you are no longer vibrating at a frequency that allows for the manipulation of your spirit. Your journey as a loner is a testament to the fact that wholeness comes from within. And as you continue to grow, you will find that the right people, those who value depth and silence, will eventually find their way to you. Until then, embrace your role as a catalyst for their discomfort, knowing that your refusal to conform is the very thing that keeps your spirit free and your path clear. Subscribe for more spiritual wisdom on staying grounded, protected, and unbothered when others try to define you through gossip. Type 6. Noise-dependent extroverts. When you walk into a room and carry the weight of your own silence, you are doing far more than just minding your own business. You are inadvertently acting as a mirror for the noise-dependent extroverts who find your stillness utterly terrifying. These individuals are not merely social butterflies. They are people who have constructed their entire identities around the avoidance of the self, using constant chatter and external stimulation as a shield against the internal void. To them, your calm presence is not a virtue, but a confrontation, because it exposes the frantic inner unrest they spend every waking moment trying to suppress through social validation and mindless background noise. There is a deep and ancient spiritual wisdom in recognizing that your ability to exist without an audience is a superpower that highlights their greatest weakness, the inability to be alone with their own minds. As the renowned psychiatrist Carl Jung once noted, your visions will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes. Because these noise-dependent individuals are perpetually dreaming in the distractions of the external world, your awakened state of solitary peace feels like a cold splash of water to their ego. They perceive your lack of a need to talk as a vacuum that they feel a desperate, neurotic urge to fill, often becoming agitated or even resentful when you refuse to participate in their superficial rituals. This friction occurs because your frequency is tuned to a level of self-sufficiency that they cannot comprehend, making them feel as though your silence is a judgment of their chaos. In reality, you are simply comfortable in the great emptiness that spiritual traditions have praised for centuries, while they view that same emptiness as a monster waiting to consume them. You must understand that when they label you as aloof or boring, they are actually projecting their own fear of the silence that lives inside them, a silence that starts to scream the moment you stop talking. This dynamic is a fundamental clash between those who derive their power from the crowd and those who, like you, derive it from the source of their own being. By remaining centered and refusing to perform for their entertainment, you are upholding a sacred boundary that protects your energy from being drained by their bottomless need for distraction. You are a living testament to the fact that peace does not require a loud soundtrack. And while this may trigger their deepest insecurities, it also confirms that your path of solitude is one of profound strength and clarity. The more you embrace this role, the more you realize that their discomfort is not your burden to carry, but rather a sign that you have mastered the art of existing in a world that is often too loud to hear its own soul. Type 7. Emotional dumpers. In the profound journey of spirituality, the choice to embrace solitude often acts as a silent mirror, reflecting the unhealed shadows of those who have yet to find peace within themselves. Among those most triggered by a loner's presence are the emotional dumpers, individuals who navigate their lives by treating every social interaction as a dumping ground for their internal chaos. These people do not seek genuine connection or mutual growth. Instead, they view others as free, on-call therapists whose primary function is to absorb their psychological weight and validate their grievances. When you walk the path of a spiritual awakening, you develop a heightened sensitivity to energy, recognizing that your time and mental space are sacred resources that must be protected. However, to an emotional dumper, your firm boundaries do not look like self-respect. They look like a cold act of abandonment. Because they rely on the external world to process their internal noise, your refusal to play the role of the silent sponge creates a vacuum they don't know how to fill, leading to a deep-seated resentment that they often project back onto you. This dynamic creates a sharp, energetic friction because the loner's self-sufficiency serves as a constant, unintended critique of the dumper's dependency. While you have learned to sit in the stillness and face your own demons, the emotional dumper is constantly running from theirs, using the voices of others to drown out the whispers of their own soul. As the old wisdom suggests, he who cannot be alone with himself will always be a prisoner of the crowd. And when you break free from that crowd, you inadvertently expose their chains. They feel triggered because your independence suggests that they, too, are capable of self-healing, a responsibility they are desperate to avoid. By setting a boundary, you are essentially handing them back their own baggage. And to someone who has never learned how to carry their own load, this feels like an attack. They crave the fix of your attention to numb their pain. And when you deny them that outlet, the resulting silence forces them to look inward, a territory they find terrifying and alien. In the realm of spirituality, we understand that every interaction is an exchange of frequency, and your calm, centered energy can feel like a threat to someone whose identity is built on high-intensity drama and external validation. To illustrate this, consider the metaphor of a lighthouse. The lighthouse does not hunt down ships to save them. It simply stands tall and shines its light, allowing the ships to find their own way to the harbor. The emotional dumper, however, wants to crash into the lighthouse to stop their own tossing and turning. And when the stone walls of your boundaries hold firm, they feel rejected by the very light they sought. This conflict is a vital part of your spiritual awakening, as it teaches you that you are not responsible for the emotional hygiene of others. Your solitude is a sanctuary, not a prison. And while those who thrive on chaos may label your distance as arrogance or lack of empathy, it is actually the highest form of compassion. By refusing to enable their cycle of dumping, you are providing them with the only opportunity they have to develop their own inner strength and find the peace that can only be discovered in the quiet depths of one's own company. If this resonated with you, like this video and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more insights on protecting your energy and honoring your independence. Turn on the notification bell so you don't miss what's next. And comment below. I choose emotional boundaries and inner peace. Type 8. Controllers. In the profound journey of your spirituality, you will eventually encounter the controller, a type of individual whose internal stability relies entirely on their ability to command the world around them. These people thrive on constant access and a predictable stream of compliance, viewing the people in their lives as extensions of their own will rather than independent beings. When you embrace your nature as a loner, you inadvertently become their greatest frustration because your autonomy serves as a direct threat to the fragile power dynamic they have constructed. While others may bend to their influence to avoid conflict, your comfort in solitude signals that you do not need their approval to feel complete, effectively stripping them of the leverage they use to maintain dominance. You are triggering them without even trying, simply because your self-sufficiency proves that their authority is an illusion that only works on those who fear being alone. This friction arises because a controller interprets your independence as a form of silent rebellion. Yet in the realm of your spiritual development, it is actually a testament to your inner strength. They demand transparency and immediate availability to soothe their own anxieties. But your preference for your own company creates a boundary they cannot easily penetrate. Every time you choose a quiet night of reflection over a social obligation you don't truly desire, you are asserting that your time belongs to you alone. This refusal to play the role of the submissive follower creates a vacuum in their lives that they desperately try to fill with guilt or manipulation. You must realize that their resentment is a wounded ego, reacting to the fact that it cannot find a hook in your soul to pull. As the saying goes, he who has conquered himself is a far greater victor than he who has conquered 1,000 men in battle. And your self-mastery is the very thing that makes a controller feel powerless. Living as an empowered loner means you have cultivated an internal ecosystem that doesn't require external permission to exist or thrive. For the controller, this is a terrifying concept because they cannot navigate a world where they cannot predict or dictate the movements of others. Your presence reminds them of their own inability to find peace within themselves, leading them to label your healthy boundaries as coldness or arrogance. By staying true to your path and refusing to provide the compliance they crave, you are not only protecting your own energy, but also teaching a silent lesson about the nature of true freedom. Your journey is about honoring the sacred space of your own mind. And while it may provoke those who seek to own you, it remains the most vital step in evolving into your highest, most authentic self. Type 9. Narcissists. Have you ever noticed that by simply choosing to be alone, you seem to stir up an unexplained resentment in certain people, as if your quiet presence is a direct challenge to their very way of life? It is a fascinating phenomenon, where your independence acts as a mirror, reflecting back the insecurities of others. And through the lens of spiritual wisdom, we can begin to understand why your peace feels like a threat to their chaos. First among those who will find your solitude offensive are the narcissists, those individuals who navigate the world with an insatiable hunger for external validation and constant admiration. To a narcissist, other people are not individuals, but rather mirrors intended to reflect their own perceived greatness. And when you choose to walk your own path instead of joining their fan club, your lack of worship feels like a stinging act of disrespect. They require a steady supply of attention to maintain their fragile egos, and because you do not offer them the fuel they crave, they view your self-sufficiency as a personal insult or a sign that you think you are better than them. As Albert Einstein once profoundly noted, the monotony and solitude of a quiet life stimulates the creative mind. Yet to a person who fears their own inner emptiness, your ability to sit in that quietude feels like a silent judgment on their neediness. These individuals cannot comprehend a life that isn't centered around the gaze of others, and your refusal to participate in their drama triggers a deep-seated fear of being irrelevant. Beyond the narcissists, you will find that those who are deeply codependent or chronically insecure are also triggered by your loner lifestyle because your autonomy highlights their own inability to stand on their own 2 feet. They mistake your preference for solitude as coldness or rejection, failing to realize that your spiritual wisdom comes from a place of wholeness rather than a desire to exclude. You are likely triggering the people pleasers as well, who view your firm boundaries and comfort with being alone as a superpower they haven't yet mastered. They are exhausted by their constant need to accommodate others, and seeing you opt out of that social performance creates a friction they can't quite name. Then, there are the gossips and the busybodies who rely on social interconnectedness to spread their narratives. Because you are not part of the grapevine, they view you as a black box they cannot control or influence, which makes them deeply uncomfortable. Even the highly competitive can feel threatened by a loner, as they cannot win against someone who isn't even playing the game or seeking the same conventional trophies of status. You must understand that your energy is a rare currency in a world that is increasingly loud and fragmented. And when you protect that energy, those who are used to spending the energy of others feel a sense of loss. When you are comfortable in your own skin, you unintentionally expose the masks that others are forced to wear every single day. They hate that you don't need the things they have sacrificed their souls to obtain: the popularity, the constant noise, and the shallow social standing. As Ralph Waldo Emerson famously said, "To be yourself in a world that is constantly trying to make you something else is the greatest accomplishment." And your commitment to your own truth is exactly what makes these 9 types of people so uneasy. You aren't doing anything to them, but your very existence as a self-contained unit disrupts their belief system that happiness must be found outside of oneself. By embracing your solitude, you are practicing a form of high-level spiritual growth that emphasizes internal peace over external noise. And while this will inevitably draw the ire of those who are still running from themselves, it is the most authentic way to live. So, the next time you feel that cold shoulder, or that unexplained hostility from a coworker, a neighbor, or an acquaintance, remember that it is rarely about your character and almost always about their own internal struggle with the silence you have learned to love. In the end, it is important to remember that your choice to embrace solitude isn't a reflection of your worth, but a testament to your inner strength. While these 9 types of people may find your independence triggering, their reaction usually stems from their own insecurities or a lack of self-connection. By standing firmly in your own energy, you aren't just choosing peace, you are honoring your spiritual journey. If this message resonated with you, please give this video a like and share it with someone who needs to hear this truth. To join our growing community of seekers, subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom and hit the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming insights into the soul and the self. Thank you for watching, and stay true to your light. Quantum manifestation works backwards, and that's why it's so powerful. The future depends on what you do today. Mahatma Gandhi. If that's true, why does it often feel like we're constantly fighting against the current to achieve our deepest desires? Welcome back to Spiritual Wisdom, where today we're diving deep into a concept so profound it could completely rewire your approach to life. Quantum manifestation works backwards, and that's why it's so powerful. This isn't just about positive thinking. It's about embodying the future version of yourself right now. A principle that allows you to pull your desired reality toward you with irresistible force. But here's the big question. What is the one thing you are manifesting right now that you are already acting like you have? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Hit that like button, and let's unlock this ultimate spiritual shortcut to personal growth and lasting happiness. 1. The flaw of forward manifestation. Traditional manifestation often teaches you to project your desires into the future, to visualize a life you haven't yet lived, and to hold that image with intensity as if wanting it hard enough will force the universe to respond. But in the quantum field, wanting does not create alignment. It creates distance. The moment you declare that you desire something, you subtly affirm that you do not have it. This emotional tone of lack becomes the signal the quantum field receives, echoing back the vibration of absence rather than fulfillment. In the language of spirituality and spiritual awakening, this is the moment when your energy betrays your intention. You think you are calling abundance toward you, but your inner state quietly broadcasts separation from it. When you visualize the future from a mindset of wanting, you unintentionally strengthen the gap between who you are and who you hope to become. The quantum field reacts not to the picture you imagine, but to the identity you embody while imagining it. If your inner dialogue says, "I want wealth," the vibration being sent out is, "I am lacking wealth." If you say, "I want love," the deeper message is, "I feel alone." This mismatch between intention and identity creates energetic static that blocks the very reality you're trying to attract. It is not your dream that is the problem. It is the emotional frequency tied to the dream. You cannot manifest abundance while vibrating in longing, just as you cannot manifest confidence while vibrating in insecurity. The universe responds to coherence, not craving. Imagine standing on one side of a river, staring at the life you want on the opposite shore. Forward manifestation teaches you to focus intensely on that far side, hoping that your attention will somehow shrink the distance. But every time you remind yourself that your desired life is over there, you reinforce the feeling that you are still over here. The bridge does not shorten, it stretches. You begin to walk toward the future with the energy of someone endlessly chasing it. In quantum terms, this chasing becomes a self-confirming loop. You remain in the identity of a seeker, not a receiver, and so reality continues to mirror the experience of seeking. The flaw is subtle but profound. Forward manifestation assumes the future is something separate from you, something you must earn, reach, or persuade into existence. But the quantum field does not create from distance, it creates from resonance. Your state of being is the instruction you send into the hologram of reality. A person who vibrates as someone waiting for success cannot receive success because waiting and receiving are incompatible frequencies. In spirituality and spiritual awakening, this is why desire alone is never enough. The universe responds not to what you hope for, but to what your energy already claims to be true. When your identity says, "I am already aligned with abundance," the field mirrors abundance. When your identity says, "I am whole," the field reconfigures around wholeness. This is the hidden flaw of forward manifestation. It makes you chase a version of yourself you have not yet embodied. The more you try to pull the future toward you, the more you energize the belief that the future is not yet yours. Quantum manifestation works differently because it bypasses the chase entirely. Instead of trying to drag the future into the present, it teaches you to become the version of yourself for whom that future is already natural. Once identity shifts, reality has no choice but to follow. Comment below. I am in the flow of backward manifestation. If you're ready to embrace this powerful new perspective and unlock your true potential. 2. Manifestation from outcome, not desire. Quantum manifestation teaches you that creating your reality begins with manifestation from outcome, not desire. Because the moment you shift from wanting something to living as the version of yourself who already has it, the entire field around you rearranges to match your inner state, allowing spirituality and spiritual development to become practical tools rather than abstract ideas. When you operate from desire, your energy quietly communicates lack, because every thought, every hope, every mental picture still comes from the belief that you are separate from what you want. But when you step into the outcome and embody the version of you who already has the relationship, the career, the stability, or the confidence, your energy transforms into a natural signal of completion and certainty. This subtle internal shift is what bends reality, because you are no longer begging life to give you something. Instead, you are aligning your behavior, your decisions, and your emotional energy with the identity of someone who lives in that reality every single day. By focusing on the end result, you stop obsessing over timelines, doubts, and obstacles, and you begin to make choices that reinforce the reality you are stepping into. As the you who already has the outcome does not act from fear or desperation, but from clarity, boundaries, and self-worth. This approach isn't about pretending or forcing your mind to believe something it doesn't. It's about allowing your nervous system to settle into the feeling of fulfillment so deeply that your actions naturally rise to match it. When you ask yourself, what choices would the version of me who already has this make? you begin to shift your standards and responses in ways that dissolve old habits and rewrite patterns that once held you back. You stop choosing relationships that drain you, opportunities that limit you, or thoughts that shrink you, because the identity you are now embodying simply has no space for experiences that contradict your expansion. Living from the outcome also teaches you to release the urge to constantly check for signs or proof, because the version of you who already has the blessing doesn't question whether it is coming. They live with a quiet certainty that radiates through every action and every emotion. This relaxed inner trust creates the very conditions that allow the manifestation to materialize as life responds to the steadiness of your internal signal rather than the anxiety of your waiting. Over time, synchronicities begin to appear. Opportunities align effortlessly, and people show up exactly when they are meant to, not because you chased them, but because you finally match the frequency of the life you were calling in. The core lessons you carry forward are deeply simple, yet profoundly transformative. Shift from wanting into being by feeling and embodying the version of yourself who already holds the outcome. Let your daily decisions reflect that identity, even when it challenges old comfort zones. Trust that the quantum field responds to who you are, not just what you ask for. And recognize that manifestation is not about chasing something outside of you, but about becoming someone who naturally attracts and sustains what you desire. When you live from the outcome, your entire reality adjusts to the truth you've claimed, allowing your journey of spirituality and spiritual development to guide you into the version of your life that has been waiting for you to align with it. 3. Quantum coherence is paramount. The universe responds not to how intensely you wish for something, but to the vibrational frequency you hold most consistently, because your inner state is always broadcasting into the quantum field long before your actions ever do. And this is the foundation of spiritual wisdom. Albert Einstein once reminded us that everything is energy, and that is all there is to it. And when you finally understand this, you begin to realize that manifestation is not about forcing outcomes, but about becoming the version of yourself who naturally attracts them. Coherence happens the moment your thoughts, emotions, and unconscious expectations stop contradicting each other, and instead begin moving in a single unified direction, creating a stable internal signal that the quantum field cannot ignore. And Carl Jung described this energetic alignment when he said, "What you resist persists, because whatever emotional frequency you repeat, whether fear or certainty, lack or abundance, becomes the very blueprint your reality follows." As you shift into coherence, something remarkable begins to happen. The wish you once chased starts to feel familiar inside you, as if it already belongs to you. And this internal familiarity is what forces the external world to reorganize itself in your favor, not through magic, but through resonance. Because the quantum field responds to identity rather than effort. When you embody the version of yourself who already lives the outcome you desire, you collapse possibility into form, making the unseen reorganize into the seen. And this is why quantum manifestation appears to work backwards. You feel the destination before you physically arrive there. And because that feeling is so stable and coherent, your environment must eventually catch up to match it. Coherence eliminates the energetic noise that keeps your desires at a distance. It replaces doubt with expectancy, anxiety with inner steadiness, and longing with embodiment, allowing you to step into a psychological and energetic posture that makes receiving feel natural rather than difficult. The moment your inner world rises to match the frequency of the life you want, you stop chasing outcomes and start drawing them toward you. Because coherence turns your energy into a magnet instead of a plea. Life begins answering you with synchronicities, aligned opportunities, unexpected clarity, and people who show up at precisely the right moment. Not because you forced anything, but because your frequency became so clear that the universe had no choice but to reflect it back. In this state, manifestation is no longer about hoping or trying. It becomes a quiet knowing, a deep internal agreement between who you feel you are and what you are calling in. You begin to understand that the universe is never withholding anything from you. It is always matching you, echoing you, mirroring the emotional signature you repeat day after day. And when that signature becomes coherent, the quantum field snaps into alignment with breathtaking precision. This is the power of resonance, the power of identity, and the power of coherence, an inner shift so profound that the outer world cannot help but rearrange itself to meet you exactly where your frequency already lives. Let this become your daily alignment, a practice that brings you into deeper quantum coherence with the life you're manifesting. Comment below, "I choose coherence," if you're ready to embody this power, and consider subscribing with notifications so you never miss a new lesson from spiritual wisdom. 4. Alignment over effort. Effortless flow. Effort and struggle always carry the hidden vibration of doubt, because the moment you try to force something into existence, you are unconsciously admitting that you do not yet believe it is yours. And this resistance slows the energetic path of manifestation. When you chase an outcome, you signal to the universe that it is separate from you, and this separation creates delay, stress, and emotional exhaustion. That is why, in spirituality and spiritual awakening, the most transformative shift you can make is learning to choose alignment instead of effort. Because alignment carries a quiet certainty, an inner knowing that what you desire is already moving toward you, even when you cannot yet see it. As Carl Jung reminded us, what you resist not only persists, but grows in size. And in the energetic world, resistance is created through fear-driven action, while alignment is created through awareness, coherence, and emotional clarity. Alignment means you no longer push against the flow of your life, but instead regulate your inner state, refine your focus, and hold the frequency of what you desire with calm conviction, allowing the result to unfold naturally. When you stop trying to make things happen, you free your energy from panic and impatience, and the universe can finally respond to you without interference because your vibration becomes stable and receptive. Surrender becomes the key, not a passive acceptance, but an intentional release of tension, a willingness to trust that the path is already forming beneath your feet. You shift from force to flow, from gripping to allowing, from effort to embodiment. In this space, manifestation accelerates because nothing is blocking it. Your energy is no longer fighting itself. Quantum manifestation works backwards. You do not achieve the outcome and then feel aligned. You feel aligned first, and the outcome mirrors that alignment. Instead of chasing certainty, you become the version of yourself for whom the outcome is natural. Instead of pushing through doubt, you eliminate the doubt that made pushing necessary. When your energy is coherent, your external reality organizes itself with surprising ease because the universe responds to your identity, not your effort. The moment alignment becomes your priority, manifestation becomes effortless, not because life becomes easier, but because you stop resisting the deeper intelligence that has been guiding you all along. 5. The observer effect and timeline collapse. In spirituality and spiritual development, the observer effect reveals that your awareness is never passive. It is the very force that selects which path you step into. Quantum physics shows that when you direct your consciousness toward a specific outcome, you collapse the field of endless possibilities into a single reality that responds to the state you hold within yourself. When you choose to embody fulfillment rather than longing, the quantum field no longer treats your desire as a distant possibility, but as a stabilized frequency that must take form. This is why anchoring the end state is so powerful. Your internal stance becomes the blueprint that the external world quietly rearranges itself around. As you hold the emotional signature of the life you want, you stop chasing after outcomes and begin drawing them toward you, because the field cannot contradict the identity you consistently return to. The more you stand in the energy of "it is already mine," the more your world begins to mirror that certainty. You are not pretending or forcing anything. You are shifting from being someone who is waiting to someone who is living from the reality they have chosen. This change in orientation dissolves resistance, eliminates the sense of distance between you and what you want, and allows events, people, and opportunities to align with surprising speed and precision. This is why quantum manifestation appears to work backwards. Instead of moving step by step toward your desires, you first occupy the version of yourself who already has them, and from that identity, the path unfolds with far less struggle. You become the cause rather than the seeker. Your emotional baseline acts as a tuning fork that stabilizes a specific timeline, and every time you choose calm confidence over doubt, or alignment over fear, you strengthen the reality you want to experience. The outer world, which once seemed rigid, reveals itself as responsive and echo, not a command. Understanding this shifts the way you engage with your life. External circumstances no longer determine what is possible. Your internal state does. You stop reacting to appearances and begin selecting meanings that match the future you intend to live. You start to notice that when your inner world is organized, your outer world follows. Instead of asking, "When will things change?" you ask, "What am I choosing to observe right now?" Because your observation is what sets the trajectory of your timeline. In every moment that you return to the feeling of fulfillment, you reinforce the reality you want until it stabilizes around you as something solid, tangible, and undeniable. If you're ready to use this backwards power to shape your life, don't forget to subscribe for continuous quantum manifestation wisdom. 6. Embody the end state, the already done principle. To embody the end state is to step into a powerful inner truth where you no longer hope your desire will come, because you already feel the reality of it living inside you. This technique asks you to dissolve the idea that manifestation is something you wait for, and instead invites you to understand that creation begins the moment you internalize the emotional, mental, and energetic frequency of what you want. When you hold that frequency consistently, you close the gap between someday and now, because you are no longer vibrating as someone who is trying to achieve the desire. You are becoming the person who naturally lives it. As Neville Goddard said, assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled, and that simple shift changes everything, because the unconscious mind begins organizing your thoughts, behaviors, and opportunities around the identity you have claimed. This is why the already done principle is so transformative. It moves your focus away from the outcome and into the version of yourself who already embodies it. In the language of spiritual wisdom, this is alignment rather than effort, resonance rather than chasing. When you think as the fulfilled version of yourself, you make decisions differently. When you feel as that version, your emotional patterns shift. And when you act from that identity, your outer world slowly shapes itself to match the inner blueprint. Carl Jung understood this deeply when he said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." Because your unconscious identity always manifests before your conscious desires do. If you want something new, your inner self must evolve into someone who expects it, feels safe with it, and sees it as natural. You embody the end state by stepping into quiet confidence rather than doubt, presence rather than impatience, and certainty rather than fear. It is not about pretending or forcing positivity. It is about allowing your system to remember what it feels like to be whole, worthy, successful, loved, or abundant. When those feelings become familiar, your nervous system no longer resists them, and your energy field stops contradicting your intentions. You are no longer praying to the universe. You are communicating with it through alignment, through identity, through embodied truth. The more often you return to that feeling of already done, the stronger your resonance becomes, and the faster the physical world moves to mirror it. Embodying the end state is not simply visualization. It is a shift in posture, emotion, expectation, and selfhood. It is waking up and asking yourself, how would I carry myself if it were already mine? And then living from that answer. When you change the internal atmosphere of your being, reality adjusts around you with surprising precision. In quantum terms, you collapse the timeline by choosing the version of yourself you are ready to inhabit now. And everything you desire begins moving toward you because you have finally moved into alignment with the version of yourself that already holds it. 7. Release control and trust the how. Releasing control and trusting the how is the core of quantum manifestation. Because instead of chasing outcomes or trying to force the universe into your preferred timeline, you shift into a state of inner certainty where the reality you want is treated as already done. And this shift aligns your energy far more powerfully than effort ever could. When you choose the reality as already done, you quietly declare within yourself that this outcome is now your truth, not a someday wish. And this simple decision begins changing the way you think, speak, and interpret your life because you're no longer asking for it. You're aligning with it, like tuning into a frequency that has always existed. As this inner choice settles, you naturally move into the second step, which is to identify completely with this reality by embodying the feelings, thoughts, and behavior of the version of you who is already living it. Instead of forcing excitement or pretending, you ask practical questions like how you would move through your day if this desire were already secured, which habits you would release, and which choices would feel natural to the fulfilled version of yourself. And through these micro adjustments, your nervous system begins adopting the emotional tone of that new identity. This embodiment is not dramatic or imaginary. It is a subtle but powerful recalibration of your inner state. And each time you return to those aligned thoughts and feelings, you strengthen your connection to the future you've chosen. Only then does the third step become possible, releasing all control over how it will unfold and allowing the quantum field to handle the details, because gripping tightly around the how signals doubt and keeps you aligned with the version of you who does not yet have what you want. The moment you stop demanding clarity about the path and instead trust that life will orchestrate the timing, opportunities, and connections in ways your rational mind cannot see, your energy becomes receptive rather than resistant. This surrender is not inaction. It is aligned action guided by intuition rather than fear, because forced action feels heavy and frantic, while inspired action feels like a quiet inner yes, even if it stretches you. Every time your mind spirals into, what if it doesn't happen? Or, what if I miss my chance? You return to the framework. The reality is chosen, the identity is embodied, and the path is entrusted to the field that sees far beyond your limited perspective. With each repetition, you build a deeper spiritual steadiness, one that strengthens your spirituality and matures your spiritual awakening, because you stop micromanaging the universe and start collaborating with it. As your state becomes more coherent, clear intention, aligned identity, surrendered trust manifestation accelerates not through force, but through resonance. And what once felt distant begins arriving in elegant, unexpected ways, simply because you finally allowed the how to unfold without interference. We hope this exploration has revealed why quantum manifestation works backwards and highlighted the transformative power of releasing control over the how. If you are ready to embrace this wisdom and trust the universe to deliver your desires, comment "I release" below. Your journey is important to us, and your feedback helps us create more empowering spiritual wisdom for you. So, there you have it. The profound spiritual wisdom that unlocks quantum manifestation is the realization that it fundamentally works backward. It's not about forcing the future. It's about seeing your desired outcome as already complete, shifting your inner state in the present moment, and allowing the universe to rearrange itself to align with that established reality. This principle of reverse causation is precisely why this technique is so powerful and effective. If this deep dive into the true nature of manifestation resonated with you and helped you understand the power of your present consciousness, please give this video a like. Don't forget to share this powerful spiritual wisdom with anyone else on their journey. And of course, make sure you subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom and hit that notification bell so you don't miss our upcoming videos as we continue to explore the deepest truths of the universe and your own incredible potential. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time.